Good morning, it's 10 a.m. and the hearing is now open. Can everybody hear me first and foremost? Thank you, hands up back, thank you very much, we're off to a good start. Okay, welcome everybody to the hearing. My name is Neil Prain, I'm an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this hearing. This will be a good time to either switch mobile phones off or at least put them to silent, please. I'm appointed to determine the appeal by Holbrook Animal Rescue for development described as relocation of Holbrook Animal Rescue with associated buildings and infrastructure at land off Jackrell's Lane, Southwater, West Sussex, RH13 9DH. For clarity, the appeal relates to planning application reference DC/24 0204 dated the 18th of July 2025. Can I just confirm with everybody that this is the original description of development and the site address as I have understood it from the application forms? Thank you. Before I start, can I ask the council if this event is being live streamed and recorded? Yes, it is. Does anyone have any objections to that? Thank you. Is there anyone here from the press? I'll take that as a no. Thank you. Does anyone intend to film or record the event themselves? Thank you. In the room today is an employee of the Planning Inspectorate who is observing the hearing for their own training and development. They will take no part in the appeal proceedings, nor will they have any influence on my decision. However, you may see me talking to them during adjournments and they're likely to accompany me on the site visit. However, the decision today is mine and mine alone. Before we discuss the merits of the proposal, there are a few opening formalities I need to complete. So bear with me, I do have a bit of speaking to do, which I'm required to do, but we will get down to the business at hand very shortly. The council has confirmed that there's no fire drill proposed today. So in the event that we hear the alarm, which is a continuous spell, I'm led to believe, the nearest fire escape is over there to my right in that corner where we'll go down the stairs. I'm told the muster area is just outside the Wetherspoons pub, so hopefully we won't have much difficulty locating the muster point. We'll wait wait outside the pub, please. We'll wait there until we are told it's safe to return back to the building, but hopefully we won't even find ourselves in that situation this morning. Hopefully everyone knows where the toilets are. If not, it's back through those double doors and just keep going straight towards the lifts where you'll find the toilets. You don't have to wait for the breaks. If you do need to leave for any reason, please come and go as is suitable. I appreciate it was brought to my attention that people's car parking is due to run out just after 12. So we will take a break around the 12 o'clock mark so people can decide whether to update their car parking or they may have seen enough by then. Choice is yours. Okay. I've received notification of some of those like to speak at the hearing today. However, I'd also like to record who wishes to speak so we are familiar with each other, and I need to keep a record of everybody that speaks today. So starting with the appellant, would you like to explain who you are and who you may be inviting to speak at various points?
Is that me?
Yeah, yes, sir. It's Tony Kernan from Kernan Countryside Consultants. You should have the statement from me with qualifications, etc.
Yes.
And then I've got Mr. Haig from Landscape and the appellants, if they just introduce themselves, if that's acceptable to you.
Yeah, I'm Cliff Santini Bradbury from Holbrook Animal Rescue.
And I'm Laura Santini Bradbury, Holbrook Animal Rescue.
And the same for the council, please.
My name's Dan.
I've got Mr. Hay, yeah. Yeah, thank you.
My name's Daniel Holmes. I'm the Senior Planning Officer from Horsham District Council.
I'm Ines Watson, Specialist Team Leader and Chartered Landscape Architect for the Council.
My name's Hannah Darley. I'm a Senior Planning Officer from Horsham District Council.
Can I just take the spelling of your surname, please?
Darley.
Thank you. Is that Ms. or Mrs. or Miss?
Yes.
That's fine, thank you. Thank you. I appreciate there are members of the
Sorry,
pub.
sorry,
Yes.
two more?
Two more.
Sorry,
Yeah,
three more.
three more. Okay.
If we have the opportunity. So it's, I'm Sian Peach. I'm one of the trustees of Holbrook Animal Rescue. And there's also a lady called Jess who submitted a statement. If we get the opportunity to speak to hers, I would speak hers on her behalf as well.
Okay, fine. Can I just take the spellings of your names now? It'll just save time in the future. So we start with yourself first. Thank you.
Sian Peach, so Sian, and then Peach, like the fruit, Peach.
And just your capacity today. Thanks.
I'm a trustee of Holbrook Animal Rescue.
Thank you. And the lady to your right.
I'm Gay Cheel, trustee of Holbrook Animal Rescue.
And can I just take the spelling of your surname, please?
Gaye,
Yes.
remember the E, and Cheal.
Thank you. And the last lady, thank you.
I'm Dawn Weed and I'm a volunteer for Holbrook Animal Rescue.
And sorry, can I just take the spelling of your name as well?
WEEDON.
Sorry, can I just catch that again?
WEEDON.
Thank you. And your first name?
Ooh.
Excuse me.
Hi, yes. Do you want to go first? Rachel, if I can just take the spelling of your surname.
Sorry, Bohlen.
And did you say you're a volunteer? Thank you. Yep.
My name's Melanie Freeborn and I'm a volunteer at Holbrook.
Just can I check the spelling of your surname?
FREEBORN.
Thank you. And yourself? Thank you.
Fiona Clark, ex-volunteer, friend of Holbrook Rescue.
And again, I know it sounds obvious, but can I just get the spelling of your surname just so it's accurate?
Anthony.
Sorry?
Without any.
Thank you.
And I'm Leslie Carpenter, and I'm a homeowner at Draylands.
May I just double check the spelling of your name just so we get it accurate? Thank you.
Carpenter.
Thank you. And your first name?
Leslie, Lesley.
Thank you. Next.
Sorry, I'm a local resident in Reeds Lane. Obviously, I've registered to speak and having spoke at the first one. So, and I am a supporter of Holbrook Animal Rescue, having homed a dog from them as well.
Thank you. Can I just take your full name?
It's Keith Wyatt.
Thank you.
And the surname is W-Y-A-T-T.
B-Y-A?
W-Y-A-T-T.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Dan Miller from Cannon Countryside Consultants, the appellant's agent.
Thank you. If anyone else in the room wishes to speak and I haven't recorded your name, that doesn't mean you can't speak. If you want to raise your hand at any time, I will take your name at that point in time. I can do it now if you wish. I will need you to come up to a microphone just to give me your full name. You can either do it now or when you want to speak. So anyone who's sitting behind the blue rope, we have a speaking table over here, which my colleagues to the right are identifying. If you can just give me your full name and your capacity here today. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Rosie Kent, Managing Director of Raylands Park. I'm registered to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. Yep.
Is that, oh, hi, I'm Natalie Williams and I'm a warden at Raylands Country Park. Yes, unfortunately, our manager, Ben Gumbel, is very ill, so I am speaking on his behalf as well.
Thank you. I'm sorry to hear that news, but I appreciate you stepping in. Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like me to take their details now? As I said earlier, if you change your mind and you do want to speak, you're more than welcome to put your hand up and we can take your name at that point in time, and you can come to the desk and make your points of view known to me. That won't be a problem. Okay, so the hearing today will be a structured discussion which I shall lead based on the agenda, which hopefully you've all got sight of now. Does anyone not have a copy of the agenda within sight? Good. The purpose of the discussion is to enable all of you to put forward your points of view. It helps me to get the information I need to make my decision. During the discussion, I will invite contributions from either the appellant or the council in the first instance, and then I'll open the floor to any interested parties to also comment. But before we start the discussion, there's just a few more formalities I do need to go through, and then I'll explain how I wish to proceed. We have a lot to discuss today, and we'll be running on a fairly tight schedule. I have read all the written materials, so there's no need to repeat information that you've put in writing. But do please point me to anything specific if you're making a point. Try and answer questions put to you to the best of your ability. If you refer to material, please allow time for us all to turn to it prior to making your point. If you're referring to technical data, it may be useful for the benefit of all present if you explain any terminology as we go along. As I mentioned earlier, we'll aim to take our first break around 12 o'clock. We'll have a break for lunch as well, and possibly an afternoon break. I'm anticipating 3 breaks as a maximum, but it's flexible. If anyone needs to finish earlier, do let me know and we can review timings. And as the day progresses, I will keep an update on when the breaks are and how we're progressing towards the close and keep you all updated. It's crucial in the interest of openness that before, after and during the hearing, I'm not left alone with any party. During adjournments, I will leave the meeting completely and will rejoin slightly before the stated time. Please make sure you're back before the stated time as well. It'll be necessary for me to take detailed notes while people are speaking. There may be some pauses as I'm writing. Please do bear with me. It's important that I write everything down that I hear. So I may be looking down. It doesn't mean I'm ignoring you. I'm just either making those notes or looking at relevant materials such as drawings or written statements. I may also nod my head or say yes or say thank you. This does not mean I'm agreeing with you. It merely means I've heard your point and I'm taking a note of it. So does anyone have any questions or concerns about the general management of today's event? Thank you. I have a copy of the Council's letters of notification from the 26th of January this year and the 7th of May this year. They advise the interested parties of the appeal and the arrangements for this hearing. They give sufficient detail setting out the time and venue of this event. I'm satisfied we can proceed on this basis. I've seen the responses to those letters and the letters made during the application stage of this proposal. I will take those all into account in reaching my decision. I intend to visit the site hopefully later today, or it may be tomorrow, depending on how today pans out. I have a general awareness of the site surroundings from the submissions that have been given to me in writing, and I have visited the area prior to today's event. However, I'll be visiting the site formally and will aim to do this shortly after the hearing closes. It appears to me that I will need to physically enter the site so I can fully appreciate its relationship between it and its surroundings. I can do this unaccompanied if it is safe and practical to do so, and with permission, of course, from the landowner. However, if I need accompanying, I would ask that representatives from both main parties are present. At this stage, my intention is to close the hearing here. So the site visit would solely be for me to see the site and its surroundings. I will not be able to listen to any points of view or arguments on site, so it's important you make them here before the hearing is closed. It appears to me that I'll need to walk up and down Jack Rose Lane and also public rights of way 1683 and 1689. There may be more places I need to visit, and we will discuss this today. Please have a think about this, and we will revisit the site visit near the end of the hearing where you would like me to visit. We will have a discussion about planning conditions that might be appropriate if I were to allow the appeal. For the benefit of those in attendance who are not familiar, this is standard practice in planning appeals. It gives the parties the opportunities to have discussions on what conditions may be reasonable and necessary in the event of me allowing the hearing appeal. As I said, this is standard procedure. It does not indicate that I've made up my mind on the case, nor does discussion affect the council's position or anyone else's in relation to this proposal. I've not received an applications for costs, nor am I inviting one. But if any are to be made, this should be done before the site visit. It would be helpful if this was done in writing. In addition, I have the power to initiate an award of costs. If I were to do this, it would follow a written process with the relevant party after the appeal decision is issued. We will revisit costs at the end of the hearing. In terms of evidence, I'm not expecting or requesting any additional evidence to that already submitted. And I did set this out in my pre-hearing note. But if you intend to submit any, please tell me now.
So, I'm not intending to submit any, I'm just checking. I've just been passed a petition, which I understand has been sent in, but I hadn't previously seen it. Are you aware of a petition with 2,700 names on it?
No, I'm not aware of a petition that's coming in. If it has been submitted, it will need to be submitted to head office at PINS, and a decision will be taken whether to accept it as late evidence or not. But at this stage, it's news to me, and for the benefit of this hearing, it's not before me because it hasn't been submitted within the timescales, but a decision will be taken if it has been submitted as to whether it will be accepted retrospectively. And main parties will be notified of that decision and we give an opportunity to comment if necessary.
I wasn't aware of it either, so I was just checking whether it had reached you. Thank you.
Okay, as I said, it's not before me. I've not seen it. And if it's been submitted to the council, obviously it's not, from what I can see, and I'm on the hoof a bit here because I haven't seen it, it hasn't made its way to PINS as far as I'm aware. I'll make a note to have a chat with my case officer about it after the hearing. But I'm assuming, and again, we're probably straying into territory we shouldn't be, but I'm assuming it's a petition and it doesn't necessarily introduce new evidence. But I think for the purposes of the hearing, I'll be acting on the evidence that was submitted within the deadlines and what's before me today. Thank you. Okay, so back to the agenda. Hopefully you'll have seen that I prepared the agenda to aid our discussion, and this agenda was developed from the cases that have already been put to me in writing. It's based on all the evidence, along with a statement of common ground signed by both parties, and the council's reasons for refusal. Does anyone disagree with or have any comments on the agenda? Thank you. I shall invite people to contribute to the discussion at particular times. If you want to make a point or feel that I'm moving on before you've said all you want, please tell me. Either raise your hand or say, excuse me, that won't be a problem. Please note though, all questions come through me. There'll be no formal presentation of cases or cross-examination, unless I specifically agree to it. The purpose of this hearing is not to repeat what's been submitted in writing, but to clarify issues and enable me to reach a fair and just decision. Therefore, if only one person could speak at a time, that would be very, very helpful for me. Okay, so we're just finishing off point 1 of the agenda. I do want to, as I've mentioned in the agenda, some points of clarification and introductions. So at this point, I think for point introductions, can the appellant, for the benefit of everybody in the room and those joining us online, can the appellant just briefly explain who you are, the services you provide, and why a planning application is required and what's proposed? Thank you.
Yes, sir. So Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre has been operating for many years from its existing site, which you're welcome to visit if you need to as part of the process, sir. That's just north of Horsham, you'll have seen from the plans. They take in, we describe it as a rescue centre, so they take in dogs which may be because of bereavement, maybe because somebody's gone to hospital. Sometimes the police bring dogs in because there's been a car accident and there was a dog involved and the person's gone to hospital. And they look after those dogs and seek to rehome them. It's far and away not just limited to dogs. They also do the same with cats. And then the numbers are set out in the original planning statement, sir. They also have ponies, horses, donkeys, some goats. I think I saw a goat. They've had pigs. I'm not sure if they've got pigs at the moment, but and some poultry. The general intention, I think, I'll focus mainly on the dogs because that's sort of where the noise element comes from. But principally, they look after the dogs. They make sure that they are properly treated if they need it, get veterinary assistance as required, get those dogs stable. The dogs tend to live in groups, generally about 8, in terms of housing, so they're not individually kennelled. They're very much try to get those dogs acclimatised to each other and calm, and then members of the public who are looking for dogs or cats or any of the other animals will, by appointment, be able to come to the centre and they will see if they compare the two up. I think Mr Santini, Bradbury said he looks at the person that arrives, and I think Laura looks at the dog and they see to what extent the two are compatible. So it's not just whether you like the look of the dog, it's whether they think you will interact with the dog. In terms of management, the dogs are basically in their house and right next to their house in these rooms, which are in the photographs in the original statement. So, and there's a small yard area next to them into which the dogs can go. The centre is very important for volunteers. So a lot of people come, it's therapeutic for them, it's good for their mental health, they just love dogs. Have a lot of volunteers. There tends to be a structured exercise programme during the day, so the dogs will go off with multiple walkers for a walk. Otherwise, they have a structured day with afternoon sort of playtime in buildings next to where they are, and then they retire them to bed early, let them out for the general sort of pee and poo last thing at night, and as I say, they live there, so you know, the dogs and the cats are all very calm. The reason for the application, sir, is, as you've seen from the information, basically the town is moving at great pace to the north, and they're being subsumed, so that the land for the grazing, etc., is all going, and really they need to move from there because they're going to be, the town's taking over. So that's what's triggered the application. They've looked for some years for suitable sites. This one was some land that was owned by a relative, and there's now an arrangement between the appellants and the trust, so that the trust has got, or charity has got, good control over the holding, and the charity are funding the appeal. And effectively what's being proposed there is nothing, no larger, it's just a number of buildings to replicate those functions. And the red line is relatively tight because that's where there will be the buildings, the sort of the immediate exercise area, etc. The rest of the land that's within the blue land is going to be for the grazing of the ponies and the agricultural animals that are being rehoused. They do anticipate using that for dog walking as part of the routine, but basically that's agricultural land for the grazing of animals. Anything you want to add to that?
And just so I understand, you mentioned the blue land is used for dog walking, or will be used for dog walking. Can you just tell me about the frequency of dog walking and what times that would happen during the day, and just how that dog walking around the blue line site would work?
Yes, sir. It's intended to be as it is now, which is a mid-morning walk. So they'll go out in small groups with volunteers. They'll walk around. They won't walk around all of it. It'll depend what animals are where, because that's obviously going to be grazing as it is at the moment. I mean, they walk around between and among the horses, etc. So the dogs, I think, will be generally on leads. Is that?
Yeah, it takes about 17 minutes to walk around, so that's the dog walk, and then they go back in.
Okay, and we'll probably come to this a bit more in the noise section of the agenda, but just for the purposes of the outline picture, when the volunteers or yourselves are walking the dogs around, how many would each volunteer have on leads around them? Or would they run free, or would they be on leads? And how many would each volunteer or member of your group be carrying?
That's why the dogs have been trained. Make them behave. That's what to walk around nicely and not to cause problems.
Okay, so just so I'm clear, will they be on a lead when they're being walked around the blue line of the
As a
site?
general rule, yes, because they're in training.
Would there be occasions when they're not on the lead?
Maybe the odd little one, yeah, maybe.
And just so I'm clear, you mentioned about 3 to 4 dogs at a time. Is that per person or just in the round?
Well, when our volunteers come, when they take dogs out for us, there's normally 2 volunteers and 4 dogs approximately.
So just so we're clear, 2 volunteers and roughly 2 dogs per volunteer?
Yeah, roughly.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
And just while it's in my mind, how many volunteers have you got sort of on your books at the moment?
We actually have around about 48, but obviously they don't all come at the same time, and a lot of them are admin and a lot are clerical.
Yeah, that's understood. Thank you. If I can just take you to drawing 10, which is the site plan. Does everyone, do you have that in front of you? Just again, this is just points of clarification. We'll go into more detail later. Just for the benefit of me mainly, I'm assuming the ponies, horses, and donkeys would be going in the stables. I think that's a given, is it? Yeah, thank you. Where would goats and pigs go?
We don't actually have any pigs. We did have pigs, but the goats and sheep. So there's going to be little paddocks so we can rotate, but they'll be on the main area. The goats are obviously helping to keep the grass down and the sheep, so they're going to graze fairly freely.
Would there be any shelter for them, say overnight or in inclement weather?
Well, because we've got stables, when it's wet, they come back to the stables anyway. They're more domesticated than you would think, so they actually come to find shelter. So,
Sir, may I just comment on that? I don't think that forms part of the planning application.
Does it not?
The paddocks aren't notified, they're not within the red line.
Right, okay.
Okay.
Right, understood.
Yes, sir. I'll let you make your note.
Got that, thank you.
Yes, so the reason for that is that we kept the red line to the elements that need planning consent. That's the building works, etc., and where there's a change of use. And our understanding, our intention, I'm sure it's right, is that across the blue land, its use is grazing, which is obviously falls within the definition of agriculture. So, and that's the current use. So there's no change of use there. And we don't understand the dog walking to be at a level which would trigger a need for planning consent, and it hasn't been raised to the date.
Yes, I would only raise that we were only assessing what's within the red line and nothing outside of it. Thank you.
Yes, I see the hand going up over there. Thank you.
Sorry, can I just say there isn't copious amounts of goats and sheep and all sorts. There's only like 5 goats and 2 sheep, is it? It's not loads of farm animals.
No, thank you. That's why I wanted to bring it up as a point of clarification earlier on, just so I could get a handle on it. So I do thank you all for clearing that up for me. That saves me a bit of time asking questions on that subject. Can I just ask where the cats would go then? I was just looking at the plans, including the floor plans, and I wasn't certain where the cattery was. If you could just help me with that. So you don't have any cats on site?
But we do a few that can't be rehomed, but they live in the house. And
Except they would be in the house where you're living, is that right? Okay. Okay, just so I'm clear, so I'm drawing 03A, which is the house floor plans. Are you able to just point me to where the cats would be living?
They're in the house, basically. And that, if you do go to the existing site, it's basically a sort of, it's a bungalow at the moment, and it's dogs in what would probably have been somebody's sitting room at one time, and the cats are in another room, and
That's all understood. Thank you. I just wanted to clarify that. There's no trick questions here. I just need to clarify that. Thank you. You also mentioned that you've been operating for a number of years. Can I just roughly know, A, how long you've been at the current site, how many years you've been operating, and B, if you've been operating beyond that site previous to that? Thank you.
no, we've always operated at the site we're at now. And we actually started 33 years ago. And yeah, that's it, 33 years.
Thanks. They've been operating from this site for 26 years. We said 2 years ago.
Well,
that could be 28 years is what we've got in writing anyway. So,
Yeah,
but,
I know.
yeah.
I think people just forgot to add on a year as the years go by.
So somewhere between 28 and 33 years, okay. It is 33, okay. I mean, yeah, well, you're the site owner, 33 years, yeah, thank you. So just in terms of, you've sort of mentioned the types of animals that come and the reasons why they may come. Which sort of organisations or individuals may reach out to you? I'm assuming the RSPCA is an obvious one, but just for my purposes, which sort of groups do you and individuals do you regularly hear from?
Well, the police turn up occasionally with a rabbit there, or a cat in a box, things like that. But it's generally from the public. We get a lot of phone calls every day asking to take animals, and what we sometimes do is we can sometimes help the public by not necessarily taking the animal in, but we've got a lot of contacts, so we ring around, we try to relocate in other places to save animals being put to sleep. So at the end of the day, we feel that's our job, just to help animals to find somewhere to go. It's not always with us. If we've got room, obviously, we will take things, but we don't work over capacity because at the end of the day, Cliff and I, we live in the house. We're looking after everything from early in the morning till late at night, and we don't take on more than we can manage. We've always managed to, try to be sensible when it comes to what we do.
And what sort of area do you draw from? So the point I'm trying to ask here is how far away do the animals come from? How far do you reach within A, West Sussex, and B, maybe beyond?
As a general rule, we try and help people nearest to us. But we do get an awful lot of phone calls from a long, long way away because even Kent, sometimes as far as Dorset and Somerset, because so many sanctuaries fill themselves to capacity. And then what the people will do is just ring further and further away from where they're located. And we'll often hear of something, and that's often when we'll get some of our volunteers to get on phones and ring around other centres, try to find something for these people. in a case of an emergency, if it's someone that's died and the animal's left in the house, we do our very best to take it, even if we need to find a foster. But like I said, we do try to keep within our limits. We've seen people obviously, struggle with taking on too much, and we try never to do that because the animals would suffer, not to mention us, of course.
And just in terms of rehoming and people, do you have like lists of people waiting for animals to take them on? And how big is that area? Do you have people in West Sussex or again further beyond in Somerset, London, Kent, etc.?
We try to home out animals nearer to Horsham as we can, but we do, if they're particularly good applications, we do allow animals to go further afield. Obviously, people have to travel then to come and see them, but if they're dedicated, that's how we feel. If they're dedicated enough to travel, then they must be fairly good applicants. And yes, we have lists. We have lists of people looking. We have lists of people that have been on a waiting list for some time due to maybe they're getting a little bit old or something and they're finding it difficult to get a rescue dog. We believe there's a home for every animal out there, and there's a dog for every person, really, providing they're kind, of course. It's just matching them, and that's why we don't have very many returns, because we're very, very good at matching people with animals.
And you mentioned that other sanctuaries often are full, so people come to you from further away. Just in terms of organisations and charities or businesses that offer a similar facility to you, where are the nearest ones in the locality? How many are there, say, around nearby and further afield, roughly?
There's not that many in this area, actually. There's one called Arundel, and they take generally the bulldog type dogs, the heavier dogs. Besides them, the places like Raisted, they're quite a long way away, East Grinstead. There's one in Crawley, I believe, a small one. There's one on the outskirts of Crawley going towards Gatwick. There's really not that many in Horsham. There could do with being more, actually.
There's actually one that's very close to Lensley Gardens on the other side of Horsham as well. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, just pop the microphone on and just repeat that, please. Thank you.
There's actually, I believe, one near Lensley Gardens on the other side of Horsham that I'm aware of.
Could I just also make a point, please?
Yeah, I'll just write this down and then you can go, yeah. Thank you. If you want to go next, yep.
So Laura mentioned Arundel, a fairly local rescue. They're actually in the process of moving to Devon. They're looking to move to Devon, so that's one less rescue that will be available in this area.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Oh, yes, go ahead.
Also, we've helped cats from Cats Protection have approached us for help as well. We've helped them.
Okay, before I move on to point 2 of the agenda, we'll look about the character of the area. Does anyone have any comments that they want to make in terms of the appellant's introduction to who they are, what they do, and what they're seeking to do? Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. As a local resident of Rees Lane and one who has adopted a dog 2.5 years ago from Holbrook Animal Rescue, I can't speak highly enough about their process in order for me to have, or be lucky enough to have the dog. It's my experience of the process. It's not about the person wanting a dog. Their process is about the animal being homed in the right place for the right people who will take on not just a dog in a home. In my instance, it's about their welfare, their ongoing training that needs, and the facilities that I'm able to, in my case, the facilities I'm able to provide our dog with a garden, obviously taking in walks in the areas that is associated even with this application. It's about the dogs, it's not about the people that want them.
Yes, please do.
I just wanted to make the point that the applicants themselves are talking about the distinction between the red line and the blue line area. I just want to be really clear. The blue line area is 15 metres away from the boundary of Raylands Park. I'm confused even sitting here today when I'm looking at all the information that's been submitted and even hearing about how that rest of that land is going to be used in practice and how that could be enforced. In our experience already, the rest of that land, which is 15 metres away from a boundary, is already being used extensively for dog walking and already causing a considerable disturbance, which I think I've emailed everyone and said I have got a video that illustrates that quite clearly. So I just want to make that point that we're not just talking about the red area, we're talking about a lot of confusion already about how the rest of the land is going to be used and how close it is to us.
Thank you, Ms. Kent. I think I have seen your email and also the discussions around the video. Just to the council, I think we can have the technology to play the video. Is that right?
Yes, sir, we do.
As I said previously, the video is not being accepted as formal evidence, and the reasons have been given for it. But it has been agreed with me that we will look at it for information purposes and to spark a discussion that will follow, and the discussion will form the evidence. Is that your understanding as well? Yeah. I think we'll have the video at point 3 of the agenda when we're discussing noise, and we can look a bit closer at those questions you have there, Ms. Kent, about what's going on in the Blue Line site, what's proposed as part of this application, and I'm sure the appellant will be involved in those discussions. Okay, thank you. And just one last call before we move on to point 2 of the agenda and talk about character and appearance of the rural area. Does anyone have any other questions, comments or observations about the appellant's introduction? Yes.
I'm not sure if this is the right point to bring it up, but as you've been looking at the plans and looking at the buildings, I'm just wondering, there's one of the buildings noted on the plan is an education centre, an education building. I'm just wondering how the plan is to use that, because in my mind, an education building equals people coming in groups, which equals traffic, which equals congestion in a one-lane lane.
Thank you. Very important comment, and I appreciate that. So on my list of questions to bring up, and I have made that very point in my list of questions at point 4 of the agenda, we'll be looking at benefits and harms, and one of the benefits will be in education. The education is a benefit, but it's a double-edged sword because it comes with harms, as you've rightly pointed out, with traffic. So we'll have a chat, and the appellant will give us their point of view on that, and the floor will be open for everyone else to comment. And I will need to take that into account when I make my decision, but I will expound on that in a bit more detail when we get to point 4 of the agenda. Any more on point 1? Yes.
May I ask a question? And the video that you're planning to show, can I just ask, does that include people in that video?
I mean, I've not seen the video. Perhaps it's a question for Ms. Kent. I suggest we discuss the video at point 3 of the agenda, and whether it's going to be played or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more points of view on part 1 of the agenda before we move on to part 2? Thank you. Okay. I want to talk now about the effect of the proposed development upon the rural character of the site and the surrounding area. We will drill down into the viewpoint shortly, but in general terms, can the council just explain the existing rural character of the appeal site and the surroundings? Thank you.
Thank you, sir. A full description of the site and its context can be found in the statement of case and the original officer report, but to provide the highlights, the site is located within open countryside outside any defined built-up area boundary under the Horsham District Planning Framework. The site comprises part of a wider agricultural field parcel with a predominantly pastoral landscape characterised by open fields, hedgerows, woodland pockets and sporadic rural development. The surrounding area is a loose grain of development with isolated buildings dispersed within the countryside rather than forming a consolidated settlement. The site itself is experienced as part of the wider rural landscape from Jackrell's Lane and the nearby public rights of way, where it currently contributes to the openness, tranquility and undeveloped character of the site. The council's position is that the site forms part of a coherent tract of countryside within landscape character area H1 and is sensitive to change due to its open and rural character, low levels of activity and its relationship with the surrounding landscape and nearby receptors. Thank you, sir.
And if I can ask the appellant if they consider that to be a fair representation of the existing character.
I would say that the wider H1 character area does represent the open landscape. And if you go through the key characteristics of area H1, they represent the northern part rather than represent more the northern part. In terms of the southern part, specifically around the site, I would say it's more enclosed by the shores and belts of woodland and the tall hedgerows. And of the listed key characteristics of the H1 character area, the one that is most represented around the site is the lanes with the grass verges.
A question for the council first. What effect does the A24, the Crane business, the country park, the Raylands Country Park and the airfield, and perhaps any other development, have on the rural character of the area?
Although we are aware that of the location of those different urban detractors, when you are particularly in close proximity to the site, those aren't really detractors to the experience of that rural character within the localized area. So what I'm trying to say is the intervisibility is limited, and therefore you can still experience the undeveloped nature and that sort of rural character that's typical to that part of the district.
And the same question to the appellant in terms of those existing Crane business, the Raylands Country Park, the airfield and the A24. Does that affect, in your opinion, the rural character of the area?
I think so. If I may, I'll start and then I'll pass over to the little more technical landscape descriptions. But basically, when you're standing on the road and look in, you can only really see part of the field. Because it's quite well contained, it's got high hedges, it's got the scrub, it's got the trees. If you were to turn around, you'd look over towards where the airfield comes in. There's also, you will notice there's a big dog walking field that isn't part of this site opposite Raylands Park. So you will see that when you walk down the road. If you're to stand on the site itself, then you can see the cranes because they stand up over the height of the hedge. You can hear the road, though you can't see the road. You can, in a very far distance, just catch the South Downs. But it's visually on the site is quite contained, and you see those things when you're on the road. You only really can see into that particular field. That's a layman's description of it, sir. But, yeah, but I'll pass over for the technical description, if I may.
I think when you're experiencing the landscape walking down Jackrell's Lane and then the public rights of way, which we're discussing, you do walk past the farmsteads and Raylands Park, and you get the Crane business. So it's not a wholly rural aspect as you're travelling through the landscape.
Before we move on to what's proposed and the impact that may have on the landscape that's been put to me so far, does anyone else have any comments on the existing rural landscape? Yes.
Again, as a resident of Reeds Lane, I consider I live in a semi-rural location, certainly with the southern cranes being one side, in essence, one side of me. We see the cranes from Reeds Lane, we hear the cranes from Reeds Lane, we can also hear the A24. Okay, where I'm located is a lot closer to it. But I would just also like to ask the council, in their description of the Jackrell's Lane, would you say that your description of Jackrell's Lane also applies to the whole of Reeds Lane?
I'll ask that question to the council in a moment. Thank you. Did you have any other points? Sorry.
Within my statement I made, there is something I would like to raise, but I would like to hear their. I don't know when the time is to do it, but I would like to understand the council's view, not just of Jackrell's Lane, of Reeds Lane and the surrounding area. If they think that is rural, I personally don't. But there are other points I would like to make regarding Reeds Lane and the local area. Thank you.
I'll come back to you in a moment. It's a point of view and it's a matter of judgment in terms of what the council thinks, what yourself think, and ultimately what I think. I'll go and have a look at the site and I'll come to a view as well in terms of whether it's rural, semi-rural, suburban. And I think we could probably have that discussion and we'll still be here at 5 o'clock because there would be differing points of view. So I don't necessarily want to pressure the council into going beyond what it's already said, unless the council wants to give a view on Reeds Lane. But the character of Reeds Lane, I've not been to Reeds Lane, I will go there if I need to, but I'm assuming the character of Reeds Lane may be different to the character of, say, Jackrell's Lane and the public rights of way. I don't know, I'll go and have a look. Did the council want to help me at all on that?
It is different. So it's a lot more enclosed because you've got parts of it, you'll have the woodland in a section of it. You've got some other development closer to Reeds Lane. So the sort of openness and more undeveloped nature of Jackrell's Lane, you can't, the both can't be described in the same way because there are different detractors, and obviously the row of semi-detached dwellings within Reeds Lane aren't, you don't experience that in Jackrell's Lane, so they are different and experienced in different ways.
And I think what's probably important for me today is what impact the development will have on Reeds Lane, but also what impact it will have on the public rights of way and Jackrell's Lane, and then wider viewpoints, if any. And we'll probably talk about that shortly, but that will come up. So I think the existing character is one thing, and I hear what you've got to say. But what's important to me today is the impact on that existing character, what's proposed. And there's going to be different impacts insofar as the impact on Jackrell's Lane, the impact on the public rights of way, the impact on Reeds Lane, and also any impact on wider viewpoints. And so we'll explore that today. And then I will go there personally and see it for myself, and I'll have to make a decision. And I appreciate there's going to be differing points of view in this room. We're not going to broker an agreement today, but I'm going to hear everything that's got to be said. And I will form an opinion based on all those points of view that are put to me. Did you have some more points to make before? Yeah.
Within my statement I made, I've written some stuff down here. If I may bring this up now, I believe it's very okay. I can understand the council's point of view. Yes, there's different. You cannot get to, in essence, one end of Reeds Lane. Jackrell's Lane, unless you go down Reeds Lane. Reeds Lane is also a single carriage lane. It's a dead end. You have to get into Jackrell's Lane. My concern as a local resident, obviously, since the original application, I have been made aware of another site in Reeds Lane called Beckley Stud, which is owned by a company called Equine America. If I may, I have looked. I'm now involved with, or have commented on their recent planning applications, in essence, to turn that site into a commercial business premises. I was pleased to see that the council did refuse the building of a 22,500 square foot storage unit, which I class as a warehouse. But prior to Holbrook's application, on reading the website, that site in Reeds Lane is less than half a mile as a direct between the two sites. But they have been afforded the applications for residential premises for looking at animals. They've had animals on the site which have now been removed. There are storage barns, domestic storage facilities, a sand school, mobile homes, etc., etc. From a local resident's point of view, I am at a loss to understand how a planning process and policies that should be put across the wider spectrum of applications, how one site is afforded the larger facilities and in essence bigger than what Holbrook have, the modest ones that they've asked for. They've been afforded that prior to this application, but Holbrook's application was refused.
Did the council want to comment on that? I appreciate that each case has to be judged on its merits, but you may have, it's only fair you make a response. Thank you.
So I was just going to say exactly that. That is a completely separate case and should be judged on its own merits. I do appreciate there are planning applications in, some of which I think many of which are subject to enforcement matters, and are not resolved at present. So yeah, I have nothing more substantive to add on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Holmes. Yeah.
Sorry, I would just like to respond that I would like on record, I would strongly disagree with the council's comments that they are different. As a local resident, that site in Reeds Lane has been afforded the facilities, exactly the same facilities that Holbrook Animal Rescue are asking for. So how you can treat those two sites differently, as a local resident, I'm no planning expert, is somewhat a bit of an amazement to myself.
Okay, thank you. I have made a note of that point, but I think just for the purposes of today, it's important that I hear about the appeal before me, but I do have a note of that. Thank you. Is there any other comments from anyone about the existing site before? Yep. Do you want to go first, Ms. Kent? Thank you.
Just on this point between Reeds Lane and Jackals Lane, there is a difference, and obviously you'll be able to see that. There was a previous planning application by an equestrian business just opposite Raylands Park. They just wanted a barn for their feed for their horses. That was actually turned down, and it was turned down on appeal as well. So there is a lot of precedent in this area, in the very rural part of Jackals Lane, where we've been there at Raylands since, my family have been there since the 70s. There has been no building allowed around that area. It is a distinctly different area. I think, Ben, maybe you wanted to say something about the area.
Sorry, just take your name first. I don't think I've got you on the list of those wishing to speak. Ben was the first name, I believe. The surname?
Gumbrell.
If you could just spell that for me, just so I'll get it right.
Gumbrell. Sorry, I turned up a bit late. I wasn't actually going to come in the end, but I managed to make it.
That's no problem at all. Are you your capacity in the hearing today?
I'm the Raylands Park manager.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was just going to pretty much say the same as what Rosie was saying there, that the local area has been well protected for many years, and there's been many planning applications that have been turned down. Jackals Farm and the neighbouring property for that barn over the current years. Nothing's, they protected the rural countryside location for that reason. And I think erecting this amount of buildings in such a small area will definitely change the landscape of the area, of the countryside location, as well as massively increase the traffic as well in the area.
Okay, thank you. We'll talk a little bit more about the impact of buildings and the traffic on the character of the area, so thank you. Does anyone have any other points on the existing character before we talk about the proposal and its impact on the existing character? Yes, Mr. Kernan, if you want to go first.
Just make a very quick comment following that. I think so it sounds as though you probably need to widen your site visit, because we're talking about character and we're almost talking down to individual fields. I think that's how I see it when I drive around. So maybe we'll agree with the council, a sort of loop or something which you either walk or drive.
I was thinking the very same, actually. So you've taken the words out of my mouth. That when we conclude the discussions today, I think I'll have a much better picture of where I need to go. It sounds like there's a mosaic out there of fields and sporadic buildings and uses, and I need to see that bigger picture as well as the more focused locality.
On almost different characters depending which way you're facing. Right?
Yeah, exactly. So it sounds like I need to walk Reeves Lane, Jackals Lane, the public rights of way. I may need to go further than that. I'm more than happy to have that discussion later on, and we can sort of work out exactly where I need to go, just so I can get that overall picture as well as the fine detail and the granular level. It's looking at the bigger picture as well. And so I think it's been very helpful just to have this discussion to this point to start getting that clarity. And as the day goes on, I'm sure we will get even further with that. So thank you. Any other comments on the existing character before we move into what's proposed and that impact on the character? Okay, thanks, folks. I'll come back to you, the appellant, then. Can you firstly just talk me through the design of the buildings, so their height, footprint, materials, and how, in your opinion, it responds to the landscape rural character?
In terms of buildings, sir, it's intended that they're functional, but the design that we thought was most appropriate was something that you would expect to see where we know there is, for example, the caravan park to the south. So we're not saying they're looking like caravans, but we've taken a sort of small rural log cabin style from wooden for most of the buildings, on the basis that those look rural. Stables and poultry sheds and all those sorts of buildings have that rural look. There are two of the buildings are brick faced, which is the dwelling, and that's a sort of noise and longevity aspect to it. But the intention is that they're functional. We did discuss whether to go for one bigger building, etc. But the preferred option, and to keep the height down, was a number of smaller buildings. And I think the tallest, in fact, I know the tallest building, sir, is only 3.6 metres to the ridge. There is a condition from the council about making sure we've got the ground levels. Obviously, it depends on what you put it on, but it's only going to be a few centimetres either way, whatever foundation it goes on. So they are all low. And then I'll hand over to Mr. Hay.
Yeah, I think that the eight was to go, as Mr. Curtin said, was the characteristic of the area, and to be read as a small farmstead rather than a large building. If you look at, is it Jackal's farm just up the road, you've got a farm building up against the road that's brick faced, and then the stables behind.
May I point out that farm building is a listed building? I don't know if it was mentioned in any of the documentation. Thank you.
Just so I'm clear, yeah. So is Jackal's Farm listed? I think that's how, yeah, grade 2 listed.
Sorry, yes,
yeah,
that's right.
That's fine. But from my understanding and reading the papers, there's no objection between the main parties, at least, on the impact on the setting of the listed building. Is that right? Yeah, thank you. Is that because of the separation distance more than anything? Yeah. Okay, thank you. If you want to continue, Mr. Hay, thank you.
Yeah, it reflect the timber buildings reflect the equestrian buildings behind Reeds, so the row of houses along Reeds Lane, and then sit behind them there's some equestrian wooden buildings. So they've taken their influence from the surrounding built form.
And then just turning to the council now, you've heard the appellant's design response and their point of view on how it integrates into the character of the area. Do you agree with that or not? And what's your position? Thank you.
Not entirely, sir. I'll just refer back to the original committee report, paragraph number 6.25, and I'll just read a section out just so you have our view to hand. The proposed layout would not reflect a traditional farmstead, and the buildings are of no particular design merit and fail to sufficiently reflect a rural vernacular which would be expected in a countryside location such as this. While it could be, the design approach could be argued as representing a series of modest, unassuming buildings with the scale and form reducing the visual impact, the development cannot be screened from all views. And this is reflected by our landscape concerns that we've identified. We feel that it would introduce a proliferation of buildings and structures onto the site, which, together with the related activities, including outdoor paraphernalia, which includes fencing and vehicle parking, would fail to sufficiently reflect the rural surroundings. Thank you, sir.
Yes, I'm just having a look at paragraph 6.25 now, just to refresh my memory. Does the appellant want to come back on terms of the spread of the buildings and the number of buildings that's mentioned at paragraph 6.25? I think that the exact wording is the proliferation of buildings and structures and outdoor paraphernalia, vehicle parking, etc. I'll come to sort of activity, movements, and sort of light pollution shortly. But just in terms of the proliferation of buildings, perhaps first. Thank you.
Yes, sir, I think in respect of when they were the applicants, then now they're obviously the appellants, the design, the layout wasn't something which the planning officer who was dealing with it right up until, as you know, the very late change was something that was raised. So we weren't asked to provide a sort of statement of explanation, etc. on that. And in respect of the design, other than that comment about the proliferation which resulted in the visual impact, I haven't seen any other adverse comments suggesting that had we gone for a different style of design, we would have overcome the landscape impact. My understanding is basically the position is in that field, any building will be harmful. So we haven't had that kind of two-way on the design. In terms of the proliferation of buildings, it's not really that many buildings. We've got the dwelling, we've got a garage block, we've got a separate building that is also for the animals. So there's two buildings. Some of the animals are with the house, some are in the other building. The one that is called the education block, which I'll tell you when we get to that bit where that's described, but there's periodic small visits from cubs, scouts, occasional small groups from children. So we've done that as a separate building where they can come and learn. It's sort of once a month, what they aim for once a month. Then obviously the stables are a separate building, and then there's a feed room and I think a garage block. So you could amalgamate them all into one, but we've done a number of small functional ones, and partly that keeps the width, and therefore if you're going for a pitched roof, which I think is suitable, it keeps the height down if you've kept them smaller.
And they'll be read as like a group of farmstead buildings within the landscape.
I think so. It might be on that site visit. If it is a company, it might be worth just basing out from start to finish. I think we did mark it out at one point, because when you look at all those buildings, you assume they're a long way apart, but they're all actually really quite small buildings. So once you've started from one end to the other, it's not a big stretch within that field.
So, as far as I understand it, a pre-app was offered, where the design could have been discussed proactively, but no pre-app was submitted. Thank you, sir.
It could also have been raised during the processing, so it wasn't.
Mr. Gumbel, did you want to go?
Yeah, in the planning application, it said about these buildings won't be seen from the roadside. Is that still the case with all these buildings?
That's a very good point. I've got that on my list of questions. We'll sort of drill down to viewpoints from Jackwell's Lane, the public rights of way, and more wider Reeds Lane as well shortly in terms of are they visible, what mitigations in place to perhaps soften those views or filter those views. So that's down on my list of questions, and we're heading in that direction. Okay. I just have one more question on the proposed there before we get down to viewpoints. Then I'll open the floor if anyone else wants to make any points before we move on to viewpoints specifically. But I did mention just earlier on also, and I know this has been brought up by a few interested parties, what features, if you will, or has the appellant taken into account to minimise or control activity, so vehicle movements, activity on site as well, and light pollution and noise. Not noise insofar as the impact the noise has on neighbours, we'll come to that later, but just general noise. If you're in the countryside, you might hear noise, be that dogs barking, people talking, what effect that has on the rural character and the tranquility there, and the visual effect of movements, cars coming and going visually on the highway or within the site. What effect does that have on the tranquility and the rural character of the area? If I can put that question to the appellant first in terms of how they see it, and then I'll give other parties an opportunity to respond. Thank you.
In respect of the enterprise, it's not a big traffic generator. There are the volunteers who arrive, and that's small numbers. The appellants obviously are there on site. Most dogs are there for anywhere between 2 weeks and occasionally much longer, but it's typically sort of 30 days, something like that. So it's not dogs coming in, dogs going out. I think everyone gets this sort of Battersea Dogs Home idea that you've got a long line of kennels and people coming in all the time looking at it. It's not like that at all, and people can only come by appointment. The lane is definitely rural, but it's certainly not traffic free, as you'll probably find when you do your site visit. I mean, it is the access, there's 2 ways in, but you've got Raylands Park and other properties along there. So in respect of the traffic generated, I don't think that will have any adverse effect on the character of the area because of generation of traffic on that lane. In respect of the use itself, I mean, it is generally quiet, and there will be livestock, which donkeys might bray, horses whinny, animals make noises, but that's a normal countryside activity and is agricultural and could take place irrespective of this appeal. The intention with the buildings, keeping it all together, is that it will basically replicate what's there now. I mean, one of the first things I did when I went to see them, which I think it's nearly 5 years ago now, is I got there early. I stood outside for a quarter of an hour, and what I didn't hear noise, and then I've been there twice, been around the animals. You know, if I turn up and walk into a room with dogs, then some will bark because that's what dogs do. But Laura just goes quiet, and she's obviously very frightening because they do that immediately, so, which is wonderfully controlled, and you know, the dogs are all together for quite a period, so it's not that sort of high turnover. I mean, as I say, so there is also, you'll see opposite Raylands Park, there's a field that's for dog walking with a big sign saying, you know, pick up your poo. It's not as if there aren't other people with dogs in the area. So it's a quiet use. It's positioned so that it's basically as far from anyone as it could be. And I don't think that in terms of the character of the area, anybody walking around is going to get any kind of audible pick up and think, oh, the character's changed, because there are other noises, cranes, roads, aircraft circling, all of that. in terms of specific design, which I think you question, I mean, the idea is that those buildings are replicating what's there now. They're not all in one building. And I think from 33 years of experience, you know, they know how those will work in a quiet manner.
Having heard that, I'll put the question to the council. In terms of activity movements, do you have a similar view or a different view in terms of how it impacts the rural and tranquil character of the area?
Thank you, sir. I mean, you know, we look at it from what is the current baseline and what this is doing. It's introducing operational activity, built form, domestication and associated disturbance into what is currently an open rural landscape. And this adversely affects the rural tranquility and the experience of the surrounding countryside. And this is in direct conflict with Policy 25, which seeks to protect and conserve both the landscape character and the qualities of the district. The proposal does none of these three things sufficiently.
Does anyone have any other points there just on the impact on the general character of the area before we come down to the specific viewpoints of the lane and the public rights of way, both Jackal's Lane and Reed's Lane and possibly beyond?
Yeah.
Yes, go ahead, Miss Kent.
Yeah, I mean, I can't really overstate the impact that this will have on the area. So at the moment we have a field, you know, a very quiet, tranquil landscape. You're talking about potentially introducing up to 40 dogs and associated movements. You're talking about a visitor centre. You're talking about if there's 2 dogs walked per volunteer for 40 dogs, what is that, 20 volunteers coming and going from the centre in a day. The existing site, you can see how many cars are parked up the road with volunteers. In terms of our experience, which we've already unfortunately experienced with dog walking on that field, the fact that it might not impact us is totally inconceivable.
Do you want to go ahead next? Yep.
3 or 4 volunteers turn up twice a day at 10:30 for one shift and another shift around 3 or 3:30. That is it.
So just so I've got that right, 3 or 4 volunteers turn up for the, did you say for like a morning? I know this is set out in the
10:30.
evidence. Yeah.
10:30 shift.
Yeah.
Then there's an afternoon shift, which is 3 or 3:30, dependent on whether it's winter or summer.
And just I want to give the appellant an opportunity to respond on the number of dogs. I think 40 dogs was quoted there. Is that a fair number?
No, it's definitely not. It's almost double. So we have a number of dogs that we can deal with ourselves. I can't look after 40 dogs. The absolute maximum would be about 30, but that would be very unusual. I mean, at the moment, I think we've got 24. One went yesterday, so it would have been 25. So you have to remember that the amount of dogs I have with me a lot of the time, early in the mornings, late at nights, when there's no volunteers, I couldn't deal with 40 dogs if I tried. And that's what I was trying to say earlier, that we have to keep within our capacity, and it's definitely not like that.
And sorry, also, not all the dogs go for walks. I would say 1/3
are too old.
Are too old.
So the original supporting statement said that the maximum capacity which was higher than what they normally have. The existing facility was 33, so I'm not sure where 40's come from.
Can I just clarify, 40 came from the Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre website?
So it's on there to move 40 dogs.
Want to respond on that?
Sorry, the website does state, you know, many dogs, but they're not all with us. We have 9 foster homes dotted around Horsham. There's more dogs in the foster homes than we've got in the rescue centre.
I'll just go to this lady first, and I'll come back to you. Thank you.
I just wanted to say that we do actually have a record of all the dogs we've had over several years. So if you want to have the exact numbers of dogs we've had at any particular point in time, we can provide that for you if you need it.
I think it's quite clearly set out in the submitted evidence, the maximum figures. I just brought it up now because 40 was quoted, and I just wanted to get clarity on that for the purpose of this hearing. Yes.
Thank you. Obviously, with my knowledge of the area, I fully understand that if Holbrook are allowed to move to the site, it will have an impact. In my mind's eye, that's for the good. But then when you talk about the number of dogs, the 12, there's 12 cottages in Reeves Lane with 2 new properties. Currently, to my knowledge, knowing the neighbours, there are currently 10 dogs in those properties. There were more. We lost 3 recently from some of the neighbours. We have Jackal's Lane with Jackal's Farm, Blackwater Farm. They both have dogs, and I don't know the number of dogs that are located at Raylands Holiday Park. They have a dog walking field, so there must be dogs there. So the area is surrounded by dogs.
I mean, when we get to the noise subject after the break, we'll talk a lot more about noise, and we'll probably be looking at the appellant's current track record at their existing site, and I'll ask the council to let me know if they've ever received complaints, how many, and the frequency of those. But I'm starting to get a picture now, so thank you for your input. Lady at the back, you'll have to come to one of the speakers and give me your name if that's okay. I'll just let the technical man give you the top tips. Sorry, a bit of musical chairs there, but thank you.
Hello? Oh, it works.
Hi, if you can just give me your name. I may have to take the spelling,
Yeah,
forgive
it's
me. But
Veronica with a K.
yeah. Okay, and the surname?
My name is Gorsanova, G-O-R.
Sorry.
G-O-R.
G-O-R.
S-A-N.
S-A-N.
O-V-A.
O-B-P-A.
O-V-A, V for...
I've got it, thank you.
O-V-A.
And your capacity today?
I'm a volunteer.
Thank you. At the Holbrook volunteer?
The Holbrook,
yeah,
yes.
Thank you. Let me just write that down, and then I'll give you the key to go. Okay, please do go ahead.
I just have a few points to clarify. A visitor center was mentioned. We are a kennel-free sanctuary, so visitors are allowed by appointments only, and we only allow 1 to 2 people to visit. And another thing is cars parked on the road were mentioned. At the moment, to walk the dogs, we have to walk them from one field to another. And as we say, only 2 dogs are allowed per volunteer, so we need more volunteers to walk the dogs at the moment. At the new site, this will not be an issue, so we will have a much less need for volunteers. So we will only need 2 to 3 volunteers per shift. At the moment, we have 5 on a busy day. So there will be less cars and there will be not many visitors.
Just for my benefit, and perhaps some other people in the room as well, what's meant by kennel-free? Can you just explain the difference between a kennel-free and a kennelled?
Yes,
rescue
so a
centre,
kennel is you have a cage, a dog goes in a cage, you have rows of cages, and there's 1 dog per cage. We are kennel free, so we have multiple rooms where the dogs are allowed to go in and out, and they're allowed to interact. We introduce them so they don't fight. And when volunteers are around, our dogs are with volunteers. So if anyone comes in on site, the dogs are not secured. So that's why visitors are not allowed.
So just from my understanding, for want of a better phrase, it's almost like free range. Would that be fair to say?
Well, it's not that they run around wherever they want. It's just they have specific places And when people are around, they can take the dogs with them, but they're not put in the cage and left them until it's the walking time.
Yes, I've seen on the drawings there's an outdoor exercise area and there's also a garden attached to the dwelling. And when we get to the noise section, I'll probably ask a few more questions about what the dogs get up to during the day, what their daily timetable is, how much freedom they have to roam in the outdoor exercise area, and things like that. So that is on my list of questions, and there's going to be some between point 2 and point 3 in terms of my understanding of the site and how I interpret that on character and appearance and noise and impact on the local residential uses. I just wanted to clarify, you mentioned about currently you need 5 volunteers on a busy day, but the proposal will reduce that to 2. How's the proposal going to reduce it? Is it because there's more space to walk the dogs, or is it because there's more parking, or is it because you're just going to have more dogs per volunteer? Just so I can understand how the proposal reduces the number of volunteers that's required at any one time.
Yeah, so at the moment, we walk them from a place where they live to a place where we walk them. To do that, we have to walk on a public road. Obviously, we are concerned about neighbors, about cyclists, about cars, about people walking past. So we only have 1 to 2 dogs per person on a lead. We walk them safely to another field. Because the new field will be secured, there is no need to walk on a public road. So we don't need to have each dog per person. So we would need less volunteers to walk them.
So if I'm right in understanding, would you have more dogs per person because that road is eliminated from the equation?
So we wouldn't have to walk from one area to another. The dogs will follow us. And if it's not on the public path, there's less danger, so we can have more dogs per person. Yes.
So existing is 1 to 2 dogs per volunteer. And I think Mrs. Santini-Bradbury did say this earlier, but just so we're all on the same page, I did write it down quite early on now. Ms. Santini-Bradbury said 3 to 4 dogs per volunteer earlier on. Is that your understanding as well as a volunteer? Yeah. Thank you.
So while you're taking notes, in terms of the separation between the existing facility and where they are walked, it's shown in insert 1 at 2.2 in the supporting statement from 2024.
Yes.
And I think as the conversation's going on, I'll repeat the offer. If you'd like to go and see the existing facility, it might make quite a lot of sense of what's being said. But that's right, yes. So that the existing kennels have got very small, not kennels, the existing Holbrook centre. There's the bit at the bottom. It has a very small parking area, so cars tend to park on the road there, sir.
Oh, yes,
and then they go past the neighbouring houses, and then the bigger field, they've got horses and ponies up there, as well as they have in the one, but the small one, but they walk up the road to that. And as you know, that's sort of increasingly getting busy because of all the development that's going on. So I think that's the explanation about the difference between the existing and then if you don't have to go down the road, obviously it eliminates that worry of having multiple dogs and cars going fast and nobody drives slowly past anything anymore.
Thank you, and I get that. When we get to the noise section, we'll probably talk about the behaviour of dogs as they go into larger groups, and if you're walking a dog on its own, and when you're walking a dog in a group, they're social animals. How's their behaviour going to change in terms of barking? And I've got those sort of questions for point 3 on the agenda, but I do appreciate that they do sort of dovetail with point 2 of the agenda as well. But I'll get the overall picture by the end of today, I can assure you. Lady at the back with your hand up. Do I have your name? Sorry. Okay. Can I ask you to come to one of the microphones, please?
Hi, yes, I'm Suzanne Davis. I'm a volunteer at Holbrook.
Thank you. Before, I'll just take the spelling of your surname and also your first name, because Suzanne's often spelt differently, as I found out.
S-U-Z-A-N-E.
S-U?
Yep. A-N-N-E.
And the spelling of your surname?
D-A-V-I-S.
And you're a volunteer as well?
I'm a volunteer.
Yep. Just so I'm certain, I'm a volunteer at Holbrook as well, just to be absolute clarity.
Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Davis, or Miss Davis. Apologies for assuming that. If you can go ahead.
Yes, it was just about the cars. My understanding is that at the new site, there won't really be much parking. So certainly as far as I'm concerned, and volunteers that I know, we've talked about lift sharing. So we would all go in together. So there'd be far less cars than there are currently. So I just wanted to make that point, really.
Well, as you raise that point, I'll quickly come back to the appellant. Perhaps they can help me with that. In terms of vehicles parked on site, I'm assuming you may have a car each. There may be, I don't know if you have an agricultural vehicle for the stewardship of the land. You may or you may not. You can help me with that. And then you'll have volunteers' vehicles. You may have a vet's vehicle occasionally coming, and then you will have visitors by appointment only. I understand that, and also educational trips. So just help me understand. I know you don't have a crystal ball, but just in general terms, vehicles using the site, parking on the site, just so I understand as the point's been brought up.
I think with the design side, I'm trying to see whether the figure I had in my mind that was sort of designed for 8 easily, but
I don't think it's that many.
but I'm not expecting that. I mean, there's because it's turning air and everything else. It's there's ample space being provided in there. The expectation and the absolute intention is that everyone can park in there on dry ground and turn round, so that you don't have to reverse out. We didn't set it out in terms of number of bays, but I'm sure we discussed it as part of the design. And the expectation was that any kind of parking requirement ever needed was going to be accommodated for quite easily.
And I've seen the comments on parking in the planning report. It was more about the impact on the rural character of the area in terms of the visual presence of parked vehicles and the comings and goings. I just wanted to get like an idea of how many vehicles are likely to be on site at any one time, how many you'll have volunteers coming to walk the dogs, and other vehicle movements. I know we don't have a crystal ball, but just to give me an idea would be helpful, perhaps by how the existing site's laid out, because the operation is similar to that. So I'm sure there's a steer you can give me.
So there's a garage proposed, so the appellant's cars are in there. Then I'm expecting, well, when the volunteers have been, it's usually sort of 2 or 3.
2 for volunteers.
Yeah, two or three for volunteers, or
And
2
one
for
spare,
volunteers and 1.
And a spare for the vet or a visitor to see the dogs.
Yeah. And the numbers of visitors is quite small, so it's by appointment, and it's not a lot of dogs. So if you've got, they're there quite often for a month, so it's not a high turnover.
And just groups visiting the education block, how frequent would that be?
Description of that was in the noise report originally. I was scrabbling around. I know it's in there, and it was small numbers with 1 teacher or small groups from Cubs or Scouts, and they hope to achieve it once a month. That's what they're aiming for. So they're trying to get some education. That's yeah. So it was in that original noise report, but yeah.
Sir, if I may, I'll just draw your attention to West Sussex Council's highways response. They've identified that there would need to be, the access statement states that 8 car parking spaces are proposed within the proposed parking area. And therefore there would be a condition required to show that, but there does appear to be, sorry, I'll speak close to the microphone, there does appear to be some uncertainty amongst that on the appellant side. I just thought I'd raise that. Okay.
I'm sure it's uncertainty, so I thought it was 8. I just couldn't remember where I'd seen it written.
That's fine. That's been helpful for me, that discussion, and I do appreciate everyone allowing me to ask those questions. It's just important for me to get that understanding. I want to look at visibility, but before I do move on to visibility, is there any other comments? Yes, Miss Kent.
I just wanted to raise the point that on the existing site at Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre, there's actually a removals and storage business with vehicles associated with that business parked there. It was just a point of uncertainty.
Well, I can put that to the appellant. Is there removals and storage business proposed here?
No, there's no vehicles. We do have a removals company, but we have a yard for that. That's nothing to do with us.
So just for absolute certainty on my behalf, that isn't proposed as part of this appeal. Thank you. Any other questions on, yes, sir?
I would just like to make my observations of the area regarding traffic, if I may. Now, we've talked about minimal spaces for Holbrook Animal Rescue. Yes, I can understand the increase of the minimal cars will have in the lanes. I would like to refer back to Beckley Stud. There currently is an application which is still being considered to change the stables into office facilities with 20 associated car parking spaces. That would also increase traffic within the area. And one thing that does spring to mind is how many vehicles, I believe the majority of vehicles that use Jackwell's Lane is associated with Raylands Holiday Park. If you have 150 odd caravans on the site, there is obviously an association of people there with vehicles due to its location. Then looking at commercial vehicles for their clubhouse, etc., etc. And on a personal note, I had a hospital appointment this week, and when I left, I came face to face with a 40-foot juggernaut lorry in Reeds Lane, and neither of us could move anywhere. I didn't know where it was going, where it was lost. So there are those type of vehicles that are being brought into the area by the surrounding people. I don't know why, but the traffic from not just Holbrook, I think, has to be considered.
Thank you. Good. Okay. Any other comments on what we've discussed so far before we move on to specific viewpoints? Yes. Do you want to come up to the microphone? Thank you.
Raylands do have, as you said, a club site, a clubhouse, which is open to the public. So presumably that's going to cause quite a lot of traffic coming and going.
Okay. I think in terms of the existing scenario, I'm going to go to site and have a look at it. I appreciate that's a snapshot in time, and I'm not going to be there for all day, every day for a week to get a bigger picture. But again, hearing what you've all got to say as the local residents, you live on the ground, it's helpful for me. So thank you. Any other final comments before we move on to visibility? Thank you, folks.
Excuse me,
Of course.
Can I just make a bit of a comeback on that? The people are talking about the fact that there are cars, etc., and there's 140 caravans, which there aren't. I can't remember how many we are, 136 or something. But not everybody's there at the same time. It's a holiday park. Sometimes it's very empty. There's very few people there. There's a lot of people live overseas and use it in the summer. So yes, in the summer it's probably a lot more busy than it is in the winter. But I think, and yes, there is a clubhouse and it is open to the general public, but it's been quid pro quo for 70 odd years. So I don't think, I can understand why people want that taken into consideration, but that's not going to, it's not impacting anything that's not already there.
Yeah, exactly. And for me, I want to understand the existing scenario. And then when I've understood the existing scenario, then I look at what's proposed, and I have to come to a view as to whether it's going to have a harmful impact on the rural character. So again, it's helpful to hear the points of view, but I will go out on site myself, and when I go on site, that helps me form that opinion for when I have to make the final decision. I'm mindful that it's 20 to 12, and are there any other comments before we just move on to visibility? Mr. Gumbel, yeah?
Sorry, can I just really quickly, these one single track narrow lanes are quite regularly used by ramblers, walkers, cyclists, people on horseback. And the reason they use these roads, looping round off the Downs Link from Southwater, is there's not a lot of traffic on them. So there's no pavement, so they can walk in the road. We quite often get some people actually come from the village and walk down and will grab a drink, a couple of drinks, and then walk back. It's because it's so quiet and rural, that's pretty much why people use the countryside tracks and lanes for that purpose, really.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on those points? Okay, thank you. We'll see if we get through everything in 20 minutes before we close for the a break at 12. What I wanted to do now is just look at specific viewpoints in Jackrell's Lane and the two public rights of way, that's 1689 and 1683 to start with, and then touch on Reeds Lane and any other public rights of way. We will come back in more detail for the arrangements for my site visit, but I just wanted to explore those closest visual receptors, as we call it in the trade, and just get some points of view from the main parties and yourselves, the interested parties as well. I wanted to start with Jackrell's Lane, and can the appellant just set out the current visibility of the appeal site from this lane?
So I'll start and then I'll hand over. In respect of the site, you'll see that really only between where the footpath is, 1689, which is just south of the site. As you walk,
That comes up from the airfield.
that's right. Yes, sir. Yes. That's walking towards the site, which the site's then on the gentle bend, and you see the site if you're walking north than you would if you turned round and looked really up until the boundary of the blue land. At that point there is a gateway, and then the hedge beyond that is taller and thicker, and that's in the neighbouring field. You'll have seen, and I set out, so when I went there in 2021 it was all full of brambles and quite a lot of bracken, and the appellants thought it best to try and renovate that hedge, so they've cleared a lot of that out and to regenerate it and got some replanting in. So at the present time you get these views, if you've been there, so you'll have seen, you get these views into the field. If you're looking, effectively turning at right angles to where you're walking and look into the field. But it is only, and I don't think there's any dispute with the council, it is only really that section between where that footpath starts and where you get to the end of the blue line that you can see it.
So when you say end of the blue line, which end of the blue line am I looking at?
To the north. So,
the north?
Yeah. So it's really between, this is the point.
If I may, maybe it's easier to just point out the viewpoints within the LVA, and there will be between roughly points. So the footpath is sort of viewpoint 7, and then it will be viewpoint 2. So it's sort of along that stretch of Jackrell's Lane. Would you agree?
Yeah, it's page 43.
Page 43.
In the evidence.
Oh,
Wendy's
yes,
evidence,
43.
yeah. 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 Oh, and there's also a cutout on page 27 as well. On there.
Okay,
At the bottom. Yeah.
Are you happy, are both main parties happy for us to use insert TG21 on page 27 for the viewpoint numbering, just to help us orientate ourselves around the site? Are we all happy that that's an accurate representation of the viewpoints, just for discussion?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Cannon. If you could just take me back to those viewpoints that you're referring to, using the numbering on that page, that'd be helpful.
So Mears, the non-land escape expert, so it's really between 7 and 2.
Yeah, 7 and 2 are the main views.
7 being the southern one where the footpath comes out, and 2 being the boundary of the bit that they own at the top, which is what I call the blue line. So that's where that hedge comes in.
Yeah.
Is that? Yeah.
Just in terms of visibility of the site, existing visibility, how much into the site can the passerby see from those viewpoints?
So it's most apparent if you Wendy's done a description on page 74 of the LVA, which goes into quite a lot of detail, but it's most apparent at viewpoints 2 and between 2 and 9 is probably where it's most apparent from, because you see that the hedgerow is missing. I think that's
And given that hedgerow that's missing, what visual sensitivity would you give to those viewpoints between 2 and 9?
I'd give them a medium sensitivity.
To the council, having heard that, the appellants identified the most apparent visual visibility into the site between viewpoints 2 to 9, and they give it a medium sensitivity currently. Is that a fair representation?
I think we need to clarify that, like was said before, actually the visibility into the site changes quite a lot, whether you're walking towards south or in the opposite direction. So if you're coming from towards south, then potentially I would agree that in the summer, maybe the 2 to 9 is a correct interpretation. In the winter, and you can see from some of the images that we introduced within, we included within our proof of evidence, where there is winter photography. So that does show that the visibility is a lot higher as expected in the winter than it would be in the summer. And viewpoint 8, I believe is viewpoint 8, because again, you go sort of looking towards north, then you also have a good visibility of the site. But I also want to add, and it's a side point almost, but actually it's quite difficult to understand exactly where the red line and the location of these buildings are within the plans, because none of the proposed plans, the layout plan and the landscape plans, include the red line. Therefore, it gives us quite a bit of uncertainty to know exactly and precisely where we're looking. But from my understanding from the site, and obviously the tree, an oak tree at the entrance where the site access is proposed, is sort of the feature that we've been using to try to locate and understand exactly where the proposals are. Because if for example, a document from Tyler Grange, so the landscape proof of evidence at page 41, if you look at that, that red line is not clear. You look at the location plan, it's slightly different. In our own website at the council, but the point is, I don't need to go and point out all the plans. The point is there is some uncertainty as to the exact location of the proposals and how tight of that red line and what is actually included within the proposals, particularly when it comes to landscape proposals, because obviously from where I'm looking, it would be the mitigation within that red line that we try to understand whether it's sufficient to sort of be considered sufficient to mitigate any identified effects.
Are you able just to point to me in the planning committee report where those concerns about the accuracy of the drawings are highlighted, please?
I don't know if there are. It's not something, I don't know. I'm just sort of saying and expressing that when I'm assessing the documents and the plans, it's difficult to understand because there isn't clearly.
And did you express this in your consultation response?
It's not written, no. No.
Okay. Does the council, sorry, the appellant want to respond on that point at all?
I think when you see your site visit, there's some existing fencing up, which almost acts as a divider between the red and blue line. So when you, from the gates, you can look into the site, which is, just check.
Which is what I've taken, but when you then look at the new information submitted within the appeal, it shows a different red line. The location of the red line is different.
I think so. My frustration is we measured it all out and marked it all up and suggested it for when the councillors said they wanted to come and see, but nobody was particularly interested. But we know we got it right and we know it fits because Mr. Santini and I measured it.
I mean, the approved drawings is what I'm making my decision. Sorry, the submitted drawings is what I'm making my decision on. Is there any disagreement between the council and the appellant on the submitted drawings that accompanied the original application? No? Okay. I do hear what you say, but I'll be looking at all the evidence in the round and coming to a view, which probably does lead me on to the proposed planting and the effect of that on visibility. Can the appellant just explain along Jackal's Lane the proposed planting and the effects at year 1 and year 15 and what effects this may have on the rural character?
At year 1, the effects of the planting will be relatively limited because they're quite young. And by year 15, so we do year 1 in, the way that we write the assessments is year 1 in winter and year 15 in the summer. So we get worst and best case, if that makes sense. So at year 1, the effects will be relatively limited, and by year 15, they'll effectively screen most of the development except views when you look down the entrance drive. And we expect planting to, like a hedgerow, to grow to 2 to 3 metres within 4 to 5 years. So that in terms of the hedgerow becoming an effective screen, somewhere between 4 and 5 years.
The proposed landscaping scheme, does it specify what height the hedge will be maintained at?
I'll just check whether that specifies it. Certainly it's in the biodiversity enhancement plan. It says, talks about minimum of 2 metres and a sort of A shape. So.
There isn't, it's,
I think it's 2 metres.
yeah, it's about 2 metres. So it sits on a topsoil bund, which is about 600 mil. It's on page 78. There's a, yes, yeah.
That down the hedgerow specification?
Yeah, so it's that small, not small one there. It says it sits on a topsoil area of around 600, and then we managed at around 1.2 on top of that, so roughly around 2 metres high.
On that place, is that underneath where it says hedge back, 600 millimetres?
Yes, yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
It's in the diagram.
It's on the diagram at the top. There's 2 measurements on the side. Yeah.
It's the bund plus the hedgerow.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, that could be, if there's specific height, it could be managed within it. Yeah.
As I say, I think in the biodiversity enhancement plan, it's talking about maintaining minimum 2 metres in a general A shape.
If I can come back to the council, having heard what's been said, are you able to just tell me what your view is on the existing sensitivity of the site, having visited the site or seen submissions and heard what's been said today, and whether the proposed planting, what impact that would have on the existing rural character and visibility in particular?
If I draw your attention to our paragraph 6.22 of our proof of evidence, in there I'm comparing the sort of differences in judgment. So I consider the receptors on Jackal's Lane to be sensitive, their sensitivity and value to be considered medium-high due to the susceptibility to change is high, as users are not limited to drivers but also walkers connecting into the wider footpath network. And therefore the sensitivity of the receptor is ranked high to medium. And then obviously I don't need to read all of that, but in terms of what the effects of the proposed hedgerow would have, I consider that would mitigate to some way. So the original at year 1 would be considered major to moderate adverse, and year 15, so once that mitigation or the planting is a little bit more mature, it would become moderate adverse.
Just slightly behind you, my note. Year 1, the impact, sorry.
Major, moderate, adverse.
And then at year 15?
Moderate, adverse. Thank you.
I hope so in terms of note taking. I think we've tried to capture that in the statement of common ground in terms of the comparisons. Yeah.
That's fine. I mean, I'll refer to the written evidence as well in coming to my decision. It was just to get the headlines really, which, yeah. I just wanted to take us to paragraph 4.4 of the council's proof of evidence. And I think it's also repeated at paragraph 6.44 of their proof of evidence. So 4.4 and 6.44, I'll just give you a moment to skim read that. But summaries are, from my understanding, although I do stand to be corrected, is that there's some concerns about delivering landscaping outside of the red line site. Perhaps if I ask the appellant first, can we secure enhancements outside of the red line site?
So my understanding is yes, and I think after the statement of common ground, I had an email back from the planning officer. I think we're probably fairly well in agreement, of my understanding anyway. That is that, yes, you can, and it's common practice. Where it's landscaping, it's something that doesn't of itself require a planning consent, but it is a landscaping proposal, and it is land that is reasonably within their control. Then yes, it is perfectly capable of being controlled by condition, and it wouldn't need a unilateral undertaking or anything as extensive as that. And I think I'll let planning officer speak, but he did send me an email because I said, why don't you? And I think it's, well, I could read it out and I've got copies, but basically he's not saying that you can't. It's just saying that the extent to which you can place weight on that is a planning judgment, I think would be a fair way of describing it.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it's a weight of planning judgment, and that will be a matter ultimately for me once I've heard all the representations. But I'll just give Mr. Holmes an opportunity to reply on that.
But I agree. I mean, it can be outside the red line, but you know, there is a level of uncertainty there. We would usually expect that to be secured by a legal mechanism. Nothing has been put in place. There is uncertainty where the red line lies and how much landscaping planting takes place outside of the red line and within the red line. So therefore, the overall weight, I think that needs to be considered. I think it would be fairly limited.
That's fine, thank you. I hear that, and I know it's set out in evidence in writing as well. When I visit the site, I'll have a look at the drawings and come to a view on whether they're acceptable in terms of landscaping and whether a condition would meet that. I have the location plan, that's drawing 01A, and then I have the submitted landscaping drawings as well, which give the more zoomed in view, such as 08A drawing. As well as the drawings which are attached in the appendixes of the Tyler Grange proof of evidence. So I will come to a view on that based on what's written in evidence and what's been said today.
Sorry, so just before we leave the topic, so I'm absolutely clear. Are we saying we are in agreement that it can be controlled by condition? Well, it doesn't require a unilateral undertaking. I wasn't quite clear from that answer.
If we can just look at it firstly from a matter of principle. So if we park this appeal and in planning terms in general, can we condition land in the blue line? And I'll have to put that question to the council.
I would say no, not without some kind of legal mechanism in place.
Okay, and so I'll put that back to the appellant now. What's your
Whereas, as I said before, where it's something that, say, is landscape planting, which doesn't of itself require planning permission. In other words, you can't make something, give planning permission for something in the blue line that requires planning permission, but planting doesn't. And that, yeah, we're in agreement on that.
So if I may, the planting proposed is partly for mitigation. It forms part of the application site. We must assess the red line, and we shouldn't be taking into account what lies outside of the red line.
Yes, I understand that point. But is it right that the blue line's in the ownership and at least, well, maybe not ownership, but control of the appellant at least? Is that right? I'll put that question to the appellant first.
So that it's within the land in the blue line? Yes, sir, it is.
Does the council have any final comment? I'll come to a view on that. I think as perhaps as a preliminary matter in my decision, but I think this crops up often in planning appeals. I don't want to spend ages on it, but I've heard what's been said. Do you have anything more you want to say?
No, so I think I've made it clear. Thank you.
So I just wonder, 'cause that's a slightly different answer to the one that Mr. Holmes gave me in writing a week ago. So, if you were to conclude, you see, that landscaping beyond the red line could not be implemented through this, I'd feel slightly that I've not fought the case for my clients, because maybe the best thing is I just hand a copy of the email exchange that we had last week, and then you can read what you can read into that.
Well, if Mr. Holmes can have a look at that piece of paper now, and if he's happy that they are his words, I'm happy to take that as a hearing document, and I'll take it into account on this blue line, red line matter.
I'm happy for that to be circulated, sir.
So what it is, so it's got my question to him on the back, because the email's going reverse.
What I will ask you to do then, if you could send that to my case officer at PINS, copy in Mr. Holmes so he sees what you sent us. I'll take a physical copy now, but it will need to come in formally to PINS, just so we have it on the file. And I will label that HD1, hearing document 1, as evidence accepted at the hearing. And I will take that into account in my decision, if everyone's happy with that, and doesn't prejudice any parties based on the process we're going through. Okay, I'll come and collect it, it's fine.
Thank you, sir.
Well, it's midday, folks, and I know some people have got car parking worries to attend to, and no doubt some of us just need to stretch our legs and have a break. So I think here we will take a break, and we'll come back in about 20. Yes, gentleman at the back. You'll need to come to the speaker if you want to make a point. Thank you.
My name's Paul Curry, C-U-R-R-Y, as in a Vindaloo.
And may I take your interest in the appeal?
Yeah, I'm a volunteer at Holbrook. And
okay, Mr. Curry, go ahead.
My observation is there's all this talk about countryside appearance. The buildings have to look, be in keeping with a farm that's down the road, which is grade 2, and I understand all that. That's why I live in West Sussex. I love the countryside, and I love the appearance, and I love everything about the nature of this area. I just find it amazing that nobody's spoken about 136 caravans. They don't look like part of West Sussex natural visual appearance. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Curry. I think I made a point on that earlier, that I'm assessing the existing character of the area. And as far as I know, unless the council can tell me otherwise, the caravan park is a well-established site. Is that correct? So the existing character is what it is. But I do take your point, Mr. Curry. I have noted it. Are you a volunteer at Holbrook? Just so I'm absolutely clear on your role. Thank you. Okay. As I was just saying, does anyone else want to talk before I sort of lead us into the break? No, thank you. We'll take a break for about 20. Is 20 minutes enough, firstly? Because I know some people have 25 is fine, honestly. I don't have a problem with that. Before we go, what we'll do when we get back, just so if people are making a decision whether they want to come back or not, what we're going to do when we get back, we'll have a similar discussion about visibility from the public rights of way and Reeds Lane and any other more wider visibility. And then we'll probably close off the character and appearance discussion after that and move on to point three, which is noise. We'll see how much progress we make with noise, because we'll come back from the break at 12:30, and we'll see how far we get with noise, but we'll probably be looking to go to lunch by 2 at the very latest, if not before. So we may not get through all of noise before lunch. Does anyone have any comments they want to make on the break or what's happening after lunch? If not, it's 12:05 and the hearing is closed. The hearing is adjourned, and we'll see you at 12:30. Thank you. Hearing is open again, resumed. Thank you all for coming back, those that have. Just before the break, we were working our way through the character of the rural area. There's just a few more points to cover off on that before we move on to noise and the impact of noise on the residential amenity of the occupiers nearby. So without much further ado, I'll just pick up on some of the points that are left on the character and appearance. We talked in some detail about visibility from Jackrell's Lane. I do want to now just touch on those similar questions, but for the public rights of way, in particular public right of way 1689 and public right of way 1683. So I'll start with 1689 first. Can the appellant just set out the visibility when moving along that public right of way and perhaps where the most sensitive points are? Yes, before.
Sorry to interrupt. Even though I'm local, I don't know what the rights of way numbers are. I know where they are. Would you just explain which number is associated to which right of way, please?
I certainly can. I will have a start, but I'm not a local, but I have done my homework. So if I start, and someone can chip in if I get this wrong, but I have done my homework. So public right of way 1689 is the one that travels around the south of the airfield and then pops out on Jackrell's Lane. Is that correct?
Past the airfield.
Yeah.
Across the top past the Norfolk.
And then it comes out on the east side of Jackrell's Lane. Public right of way 1683 is the one that is at the very south of the site and links to Reed's Lane. Is that correct? Yep, thank you. And there is another public right of way, which is 1670, which is to the north of the site by Jackrell's Farm. Is that correct as well? Yeah, yeah. So if you hear us referring to 1670, 1689 and 1683, just to confirm, 1689 is the one by the airfield to the east of the site. To the south of the site is 1689 that links to Reed's Lane. 1683? Yep, thank you. And then 1670 is by Jackrell's Farm. So hopefully we're all clear on that. Thank you very much. Okay. So starting with 1689, just my counsel to the appellant, my question to the appellant first. Current visibility along that right of way and what visual sensitivity those viewpoints may have.
The main area of visibility is where the public right of way goes from a southwest direction and then kinks round to a westerly direction. And there's a low hedgerow running along the northern boundary of that public right of way, which is shown in viewpoint 6 of the Tyler Grange report. And there'll be a level of visibility across the intervening field towards the proposed buildings. And you can use on site, there's a oak tree, which you can see on the boundary as a way to orientate yourself.
Visual sensitivity.
Oh yeah, and the visual sensitivity we've assessed as high to medium rather than medium on the road, because on the road, in terms of sensitivity, you combine value and susceptibility in order to get your overall sensitivity. And for the road, I've given it a medium susceptibility, which is why it's dropped down to a medium overall, because susceptibility is made up of the activity that people are doing and the extent to which their attention or interest may be directed towards the landscape. So on a public right of way, you're focused on the landscape, you're walking around, but on a road, you've also got to be aware of your cars on the road, people moving about, so your attention is not quite so much on the landscape as it is on a public right of way, which is why I've given the road a medium and the public right of way a medium high.
Thank you. Can I just ask the council, I appreciate what's in written evidence, so I don't think we need to labour the differences of opinion too much, but just the council's response to that.
We agree that there is a short section of the public right-of-way where the site will be visible through the intervening vegetation. We have included a winter view of the similar location of viewpoint 6. Appreciate the day was quite terrible, so the photograph is not the best. But I don't think so. We also identified that the sensitivity of the receptors were medium-high, and so there is a minor difference in judgment, but it's not significant. So we concluded that there would be a minor adverse effect at year 1 and a negligible adverse effect at year 15, which is very similar to the findings of Tyler Grange as well.
Sorry, I'd just like to point out one more thing. That section of public right-of-way that runs west, where you can see the site, if you look south, you can see the dog walking area of Raylands. It's quite an open view and you can see the dog walking area there.
And just the same question for public right-of-way 1683. If the appellant can just take me through the visibility of the site as you're travelling along that public right-of-way, and current visibility and sensitivity, and then we'll talk about years 1 and 15 after that as well. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you're travelling from Reeds Lane from east to west, along
Reeds Lane's on the west.
Oh, sorry, west. So if you're travelling along Reeds Lane in a easterly direction, there's no visibility to the site along the sides of the houses because it's blocked by the fencing. And then when the public right-of-way comes along to the blue line area and starts to head south, the vegetation allows glimpsed views into the blue line area. And at year 1 and year 15, because of the intervening vegetation, we've assessed it as there'll be negligible views because of the layers of intervening vegetation directly adjacent to the public right-of-way and then in the blue line area.
And thank you. And just back to the council, is that a fair representation of viewpoints from public right-of-way 1683?
Yeah, it is a fair representation. It's there is a lot of intervening vegetation and there is some distance. Therefore, there are a few glimpses, which obviously if once vegetation establishes, it will be reduced. So the conclusions were minor adverse year 1 and negligible adverse year 15.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, just to add, they're represented by viewpoints 10 and 11 in the Tyler Grange report, if you want to cross-reference to those.
Sorry, can I just say that again?
They're referenced viewpoints 10 and 11 from the Tyler Grange report.
Thank you. Yes.
Obviously, I took the note of the few glimpses. Up until realistically the end of last year, I have walked that footpath on a daily basis. My circumstances slightly changed. So I've done it on a yearly basis. I fully understand when you view it today, you will only take today's snapshot. It's very difficult because there are no, obviously within the red line area, none of these structures have currently been built if it was to be approved, but there is a fence. I have never seen, I can't view that area from any part of that footpath. I've never been able to. So you know, with the vegetation, obviously at the moment, it's even harder. And even in the winter, I don't think it's viewable from any, or certainly the closest parts of that and pretty much all of that footpath in its entirety. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mean, I am going to walk that footpath and see it for myself. Is there anywhere in the evidence in terms of the distances from the viewpoint to the red line area in approximate terms, what sort of distance we have? I think it may be there for noise reasons, the distances, but I just wanted to understand the distances to those viewpoints. If it's not in the evidence, I mean, I will see it on site, but hello, yes?
Sorry, I've done Google Maps because where I live, I'm in number 2 Reeds Lane. And from the end of my property to where the red line area is 250 metres.
Okay.
And obviously the footpath is a lot closer, so it would if you haven't got it, it's a lot closer than 250 metres, I can assure you of that.
I think so. In terms of a plan that might help, fingers crossed, is that in my statement, it's a Google Earth at insert 14. It's in connection with noise, but I have drawn there, so it's an aerial photo on 7.9, sorry, paragraph 7.9, just below it. Yeah, that's the one. So I know it's going to the house, but that gives you an idea. It's judging by that, it's sort of close to 100 metres, 90 metres, something like that from that corner of the footpath. If that's 300 metres is accurate.
It's just to give me a steer, but I'm going to walk the footpath. I'm going to enter the appeal site and walk around the perimeter of the appeal site, so I'll start to get a good feel of the proximity and the visual impact by standing there myself.
So you could walk from the site then back to that edge from the inside if you needed to measure it. So, yeah.
Well, exactly, yes, thank you. I've seen the landscaping proposed at the end of the, just make sure I've got the right document so I can refer to it. Yeah, so at the end of the Tyler Grange report, there's some landscaping proposed in the appendices. That appears to me to be mostly around the northeast of the proposed site, is that right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah.
Is any boundary landscaping, soft landscaping proposed anywhere else as part of this scheme?
No.
Only the trees.
Only the trees,
yeah, so these plans have come separately as well. So there were trees shown on.
The reason I've asked that question is, so what I see from footpath 1683 is probably not going to change insofar as planting proposed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's correct, but what you will see when you're on site is that it's not an open field between there. There's shrubs and trees and everything else going.
Yes, I saw that when I went and visited it earlier, that there's already existing landscaping within the site which filters views, I get that, and there's some proposed landscaping within the site to further filter views, so I can take that all into account. Thank you. I just wanted to ask a question which is set out in paragraph 6.21 of the council's statement. And for the members of the public who don't have that in front of them, it's just about laurel planting and laurel being on site at the moment. I did actually observe that myself when I was on site. There was some laurel planting which appeared to be laurel. I'm no botanical person, but it did appear to be laurel. Is laurel proposed, and would that have an impact on the visibility of the site and also the ecology? And I'll put that question to the appellant first and then give the council an opportunity to respond.
I think so. Yeah. Of the count. That's the landscape assessment, or do you mean the officer's report?
No, yeah, sorry. Yes, it's within the blurb of.
Yeah.
If I go first, so my understanding is the proposed hedges, etc., don't include laurel, and I think that the species mix that are included in there have been planted in the bun. I think they had some laurel, and I think they've sort of put it in as a nurse crop to help the other one go, but to get the other hedge growing, if that's right.
Sorry, we're happy to pull the laurel up. We had no idea. Honestly, we weren't allowed to plant it, so we're quite happy to pull it up.
That's fine. I mean, I'm looking at the proposed planting and I've seen the specification there and laurel's not included in there. So Okay, thank you.
It's not really a mistake. I mean, at the moment, you haven't got a planning consent and you haven't got a condition,
No.
so you can plant a hedge as you like. But the understanding for clarity is the condition specifies the species that would be planted, and that's what we need to make.
Yes, I've seen the proposed condition, and I think we will come to that later, but did the council want to pick up on that now, or shall we wait to the conditions discussion about landscaping mix and species? Okay, we'll pick it up later at the conditions section, but thanks for clarifying for now. It's been touched on in evidence, but I just want to understand the seasonal changes. We've obviously got, when we move to winter, there will be a thinning of screening. Can I just ask the appellant first what impact will it have on visibility from Jack Crawls Lane and the public right of way? Just the headlines, I know it's been put in evidence.
There will be definitely a slight increase in visibility with the loss of deciduous vegetation.
It's a mixed species hedge, and usually when those are trimmed, they're pretty thick, even as sticks, aren't they?
And just in terms of proposed planting, how much is deciduous and how much is evergreen?
Isn't it?
Yeah, I'm just thinking what the percentages are.
Oh, yeah.
There are only plant numbers, but it's at the lower end of the spectrum.
So
That makes sense.
yeah, I'm missing a little roughly.
Yeah.
When you say lower end of the spectrum, is that deciduous or evergreen at lower end?
So there's, for example, there's 300 Acer campestre, which is field maple, and then sorry, I can't pronounce it. The one at the bottom is 50, so it's a lower percentage mix. I can figure out the percentage mixes and get that sorted and add it to the drawing.
Okay. Table looking, so the notes on the landscape,
Yes,
on bottom left-hand table.
I'm looking at that now, yes. So what the hedgerow number, species, height, etc., pot size, yeah. I just wanted to understand, just for the benefit of everyone in the room who may not be familiar with the Latin terms, which ones are deciduous and which ones are evergreen.
I think it's a higher percentage of deciduous than evergreen.
Did the council have any other comments on seasonal views at all?
No, we agree. Obviously, in the winter, the visibility increases. But in terms of the evergreen species, we wouldn't have it any other way. We'd rather have the native and deciduous species. Thank you.
Yes, I understand that point. I've seen that there's a 5-year tree management condition proposed in the proposed conditions. Beyond the 5 years, is there a mechanism in place, or what's the council's opinion on the longer term impact of protection of the trees after 5 years? Things I'm thinking about are disease, death, pests, accidental damage. Does the screening provide a suitable screen after 5 years?
There is always a risk that plants, die, or obviously it's standard practice to introduce a 5-year, which is when we can control whether replacements can take place or not. It gives a certain amount of time for planting to establish. Obviously, we can't say that in 5 years, if the owner would want to rip it all out, it would expose views, so that's not ideal, but we normally, that's sort of the standard timing that we look at. I know we've been discussing because of BNG, but obviously it doesn't apply to decide whether that makes sense to actually expand that timing. So that's something that we would be open to consider too. Obviously, just the risks.
Did the appellant want to respond on that at all?
I think we've discussed it this morning, because obviously the council suggested the condition, and we said it was only 5 years. I don't think we've any concern about extending that. I mean, there isn't any intention. I don't feel there'd be any, there'd be no reason to take it out.
I mean, it's a question for the council. I mean, we could pick it up at the condition stage. It's just because some of the documentation's premised on a 15-year time period, whether that period of time for management and control should be extended based on the submitted evidence. Does the council have a particular view on that?
I suppose we wouldn't be adverse to it.
I'll pick it up again at the conditions discussion, because I appreciate the appellant may have some views on how long they want the landscaping to be under the control of the conditions. But I'll make a note that we'll come back to that and have a short discussion on it at the conditions stage. Just so I get a full understanding of the impact on the rural character of the countryside, I am coming to the end of my questions. Thank you for your patience. But can the appellant just set out to me if any hard fencing is proposed and any hard standing, just looking at the drawings? And I appreciate, again, this is mainly controlled by condition, but just looking at the drawings, I think I've got a bit of an understanding that there will be fencing around the exercise areas and potentially the grazing areas of the stables and the garden and etc. This is drawing 10 I'm looking at. But can I just understand where the hard standing will be proposed and if any other hard fencing is proposed? Board, thank you.
Yes, in terms of hard standing, actually you're right, we've just put buildings, we haven't indicated between house and outbuilding, but obviously there would need to be some hard standing so that it's not mud in winter. And the parking, the turning areas is all indicated. That would be intended, it's all permeable, free draining materials. In respect of outside each of the outbuildings, there would have to be some paving slabs or something so that you don't need to, you wouldn't leave it just as grass because it would go muddy in winter. In terms of fencing, no fencing over 2 metres is needed on any of it. There is secure fencing that's under the 2 metres around some of the blue land at the moment already, as you'll see, so when you're on site. In terms of the outdoor exercise area shown on drawing 10, which is the sort of what they call the play area for the dogs when they go out at night, that would need a fence around it. The small area that's shown as grazing area next to the stables, that would be I would anticipate a sort of post and rail sort of waist height fence because they don't have the same issue. Horses don't jump and that sort of thing. So the taller fence would be just the one around the outdoor exercise area. But that whole sort of I was obviously talking longer than councillors are allowed to talk, so it switched me off. I think the intention would be that the whole of that area, though, has a secure fence around, basically around the site area, so that if somebody brings a dog or a dog gets looking to the appellants to confirm it, but the idea would be that if somebody's arrived with a dog or something's got out, they can't just run off, so there will be a fence to contain them there as well.
So just with that final fence, is that not shown on this drawing?
No, it's not showing on that drawing, sir.
And would it surround the red line site pretty much? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm not quite sure how it would work with the, because you'd need to be able to get in. It's probably sort of around 3/4 of it, if you like, so that when you can drive in and drive out, etc. And there'll be internal gates then between the buildings. You won't have to stop and come through a gate to get off the road, for example, so the inner wall.
No, I understand. And would it be like a closed fence or like the similar to what we have already on site around the boundaries, like a green wire fence, isn't it? I think.
We want it to look as natural as possible, so we'll try and keep within sort of post and rails and this sort of thing. But there might be little areas that we need to use a much shorter green fence, like possibly for the goats' sleeping area, so that no foxes and things get in with them. But generally, we're going to try to keep all the fences looking nice and low and in keeping.
Yes, so I think we're talking there about fences then out in the grazing area, aren't you? Because obviously that will have some
Oh, I see.
paddock
I see.
fences. I think you're talking about those in and around the actual building.
Red line site is what I'm interested in today. And I can see like there's a dotted line around the grazing area and the exercise area and another one around the garden. And I think we've discussed that, and that's to be controlled by condition. I'm just interested in this other fence that's been mentioned that's not shown on the drawings, because obviously that's going to have an impact on the character of the area. And I just need to understand that in my decision.
I think it's basically there already, isn't it, that one? Okay, it's not.
So if I may, just we have listed under condition 5 the full details of all hard landscape, which would include the fencing.
Is that council happy that it's controlled through condition? Obviously, I'm just trying to get a steer in terms of a headline as to what's going on the site. I know that the granular detail is a matter for condition, but in my decision, I'll need to be certain that how much development is occurring on the site and its impact on the rural character. So I'm just asking a few questions, but I appreciate that it's going to be controlled via condition, but it's just really from my understanding.
So we've formed our assessment over what we can see in plan form. Okay.
Thank you. And visibility from the accesses. You have an access in the top northeastern corner. Is that right? And that's proposed to remain?
In the very top northeastern corner, I think that will become disused, I think, is the general.
But there'll still be a gap.
But it is there. It does provide access into that field.
And then we have the new access. Then the existing access is going to become is next to the parking area. Is that right? Or have I got that wrong?
No, so the new access leads into the new parking area. Yeah.
And the existing access, because there's an existing access, isn't there?
Just lower down.
Is that going to be landscaped, or is that going to remain open? As in open views, there might not be cars going through, but would there be open views?
Yeah, we have already started planting more oak trees in that area, red oaks actually.
But just along the boundary where that existing access is, so that I'd call it the southern access, but I appreciate it's not the southern. It's the southern edge of the site, but it's southern to the existing northern access. That existing access, will it be landscaped, or there'll be views through it?
It'll be landscaped. There'll be no views.
There's so many trees growing there, you see already, that I don't think there'll be a great deal of views. Really.
But I don't think it's intended to take it away, is it? Because that'll give you tractor access. Yeah.
Are there any other views from the council's perspective that I need to take into account? I think it's longer term views now. We've looked at Jack Ross Lane, we've looked at the public rights of way. I will go to Reed's Lane as well, but are there any longer range views where the site might be seen from higher land, or is there any impact I should be taking into account?
No, there aren't. But I just going one step back on that access, I just wanted to point out that the current plans do not show any planting in there. So
Well, that was the point I was trying to make. I think I'll take into account the landscaping plan that's shown at the end of the visual report there, and I can see where the landscaping is proposed and where it isn't. So It's just in terms of gaps really in visibility, so I can form that overall opinion, but I think it's quite clearly set out on the plan. I don't want to labour that point because we're starting to run out of time. We've got a condition for external illumination or flood lighting, so I think that controls lighting. Does the council have any other concerns about light pollution beyond the condition for external lighting?
No, I think the mention was just to do with that tranquility and how that impacts. So it's not so much lighting in the sense of dark skies and yeah.
Before I move on to my very final question, you'll be pleased here. Did the council the appellant have any response in terms of light coming from the appeal site? Because it's reasonable to assume that the dwelling and the buildings will have lights and that they will be on at night, and there'll be some illumination coming from that, and there may be some external lighting like a porch light. I appreciate we won't have floodlights, well hopefully not. It's not shown on any drawings and there's a condition to control that, but there's some impact on tranquility there, and I do need to take that into account. So if we could just cover that before my final question.
So it isn't something that we've sort of engaged with the council about. I don't see there's any particular problem. There is a lighting plan, so they can be controlled as to make sure they're direction and not pointing out, etc. Obviously, whether lighting affects tranquility or Laura would just like to say something.
Yeah, I'm sorry, just to add to it. At the moment, we've got mainly solar lighting. It only comes on as you pass, obviously. We rely on that pretty much everywhere. We do have one light that if we really need it, we put on, but we don't tend to use it. We just have these little solar lights everywhere.
I was just going on to say, so you asked how does that affect tranquility? I'm not sure lights, well, I don't see lights affecting tranquility in that they're quiet. Whether that's you're talking about sort of appreciating the rural area when you're walking a footpath in the dark, I don't know, but and obviously they're just there and the lights won't be shining out and about.
No, exactly. It's just something I need to take into account, which I will do.
Excuse me. Can I just say on the lighting front, it's not just about walking footpaths at night, it's about the rural countryside and the wildlife that's around the surrounding areas, that it interferes with bats, owls and everything like that. We've got quite a big wildlife conservation going on at Raylands Park with barn owls, kestrels, tawny owls, little owls, and they all get affected by the lighting at night. So yeah, I do take that into consideration, that it will definitely have an effect on them.
Thank you. Did the appellant want to come back on that point before my final question?
I haven't been to Raylands Park in the dark, sir, but I thought I saw they had little sort of illumination around there as well. So it's not, I don't think it's a dark place of itself. So, you know, obviously there are lights. I think there's security lights on the cranes thing, but again, probably rather than definite. But I think that's just all part of the overall character, I think so.
No, that's understood. And I think, did the council consult its ecology consultant on this application?
They did, sir. No concerns were raised. I think they did recommend a lighting plan, which I think has been put in under condition 17, I believe.
That's fine. If we have a lighting plan, then as recommended by the ecology consultant, thank you. Just in terms of my final question on this main issue before we move on to noise, we talked a lot about views and screening of those views and the containment of the site. Is the test on the impact on rural character, and I'll ask this of the council, is your policy test dependent on public views only, or is there going to be, or does it offend the policy because development can be seen within the site even though it's not public per se?
Sorry, sir, could you repeat the question again?
I'll put it another way. Is the impact on the rural character dependent on public views only, so Jackal's Lane, the right of way, or does the impact on character also need to be assessed from within the site? Or so if we can't see it, if it's well screened and we can't see it from public viewpoints, does it affect the rural character, firstly? And then, or should we be assessing it in terms of the views from within the site as well, in terms of how it affects the visual character?
The policy doesn't specify whether it's within but it does take into account how it's experienced and the change in the baseline of the character.
And did the appellant want to make any response on that?
Yes, so I'll be brief. Policy 10 and the way that it seems to have been applied by the plans is a very high bar, in that the interpretation seems to be that if you put buildings into an open landscape, then that causes harm, and therefore you're contravening policy 10, which, if the bar is set at that height, basically any building would fail that policy. So it's an unworkable policy. And when you go through the policy, it's quite clear it does intend for new buildings or development in rural areas. They are acceptable, provided that you've considered whether you can do it in existing buildings first. So my reading of that is that it's looking at the sort of character as much as anything. I think that whether you're looking into it until you really see the character is from the road. That's when any place anyone's going to really appreciate it from. So I think that in terms of applicability has to be the focus.
Thank you. Okay, I don't have any more questions on character of the rural area. If anyone else has any other points on that, now is the chance, or we'll move on to agenda point 3, which is noise and the impact on the residential occupiers. Yes, go ahead.
So this was just going to be about the noise section that we're about to go into. At the beginning of the meeting, we talked about that there'd been some video footage taken of our volunteers using the private field. I assume that is of dogs barking, which is probably not groundbreaking news to anybody here that dogs bark. So I would like to question whether the legality of that footage being taken on private property of the women using the field, and then also, of course, broadcasting it then on the YouTube channel, whether that's appropriate.
That's a very good point. I'll have to put that to Miss Kent, because I've not seen the video. And if people's faces are recognisable in the video and you don't have their permission, it does raise a question as to whether we can play it today. So I would like to ask that question first.
As far as I'm concerned, the council have viewed that and no issues have been raised with us about it.
Okay, if the council want to chip in, but my question was if people's faces are visible and they have their permission, because this hearing's being broadcast live online and there's people watching it online and it's also being recorded. And my concern is that if people are in the video without their permission, there is a certain sensitivity as to whether we can play that or not.
I don't see that they'd be easily recognisable. But there are obviously people, the video just shows it's from a wildlife camera that's on our land, which, you know, has captured the real world effects, basically, of what we will experience at least twice a day of dogs being exercised on that field, off the lead and making a lot of noise. And it just shows how close it is to our boundary. And that's the intent behind it, is to say we can read all the noise management surveys that we want, but in the real world, this is how we're experiencing it already. And this is what we have to be realistic about what it will be like.
Yes.
I would just like to add a comment from personal experience. I've worked in the defence sector on military surveillance. I have a CCTV camera system in my own property. There are rules and regulations over cameras. Can I make a suggestion that perhaps you as inspector, you view that footage independently and you make the decision whether it can be given out as a wider, certainly I would also like to, you know, keep in mind GDPR, and obviously with the council in the previous meeting, they breached GDPR GDPR rules by emailing out everybody's addresses. So I'm mindful that those details do need to be kept for the innocent.
Okay, would it make more sense, and I appreciate that not everyone's going to be able to see the video at this stage, if I watch it? How long is the video?
Less than a minute.
It's less than a minute if we take a very short adjournment, so please stay in your seats though. And I watch it in private session, and then I'll come back, and I've seen it personally. Whether we all need to see it is another matter, because we're going to discuss it. But I would like to see it first and see whether you can see other people who haven't given them permission firstly, and what value it has for everyone seeing it. If I've seen it, then that will aid in discussions. Shall I? Yes, did you want to say something?
It's that, I mean, I've got videos on my phone, and I expect lots of volunteers have, of dogs at Southwater walking around, sniffing, not making any noise. So it just seems a bit sort of unbalanced that you watch a video, presumably of dogs barking, when there are plenty of videos where they're just pottering around, doing their thing.
Could I make a point? May I? During the temporary operation of the Southwater field, there were repeated occasions where individuals with dogs remained positioned along the fence line and lamed for prolonged periods, sometimes filming or photographing the site for over 15 minutes at a time. This activity inevitably caused disturbance and agitation among the dogs, who incidentally were accompanying volunteers who were busy working to improve the site, clearing and planting several hundred saplings. So what you will see really needs to be put into context as well.
If I may, without prolonging it, it's obviously a difficulty if you see evidence that we haven't seen, because whether you decide to accept it or not, you've seen it and you can't unsee stuff. I would also just make the point that whatever it shows, it's not showing what's proposed, because the site and the blue line isn't being used for what we're applying for. At the moment, the appellants and some volunteers go down there, they're doing a lot of rag work, pulling, maintaining trees, etc., and they're taking small numbers of dogs which aren't on leads, etc. So whatever you see in that respect isn't representative of what is being asked for. But beyond that, obviously, it has to be your decision. I haven't seen the video. I've got no idea what it shows.
Can I come back on that? Sorry, but it is really important, because it is in their own noise management plan, is that dogs will be walked on the perimeter, and it mentions the blue line area. So in reality, that's the reality that we're facing.
Just wanted to say that a minute isn't 24 hours.
Again, with my knowledge on CCTV, if this video from a camera that is recording on public or other premises has the legal requirements for the required signage also been put in place, if there is no signage to say that public and other areas are being recorded by that camera, I believe you can't do anything with it in that regard.
I've heard what's been said, and I had considered this beforehand, because this did come up earlier and it was presented in evidence. I've had time to think about it, and I've heard all the points made. I am an inspector appointed by the Secretary of State to conduct this hearing. I am qualified to make these decisions, and from the evidence that's already before me and what's going to be said now, I think I have sufficient evidence to make a ruling on the noise. So on that basis, I don't think I know I don't need to see the video. And so on that case, I'm going to rule that I'm not going to watch the video and it won't be broadcast. So thank you for your representations. We shall now move on to my questions. Question for the appellant. Can you take me through what measures are in place to manage noise on the site, please?
So the appellant set out a noise management sort of a plan with the application, which explained how they will look after the animals. That was a turn it up quickly. I think got it. So it's, that's the one, yes. Yeah. No, that's it. No, so the technical one, the first one there, followed, because we were asked to get a noise assessment done. The first one you looked at was explaining how the animals will be looked after in terms of when volunteers arrive, how they will have their morning routines, their afternoon routines. That's also the one that talks about the school visits, and that sets out the intentions for managing the animals. Most of the time, we're focusing on the dogs. I think that there's any concern about any of the other animals. So we have to remember there are other animals. It's not just dogs, but focusing on the dogs. Most of the time, those will be within the red line area, because obviously that's where they're going to be kept. That's where they're looked after. That's where they sleep. That's where that little yard that they can mix is. So that's the focus for the activity. And that's the bit that we've got within the planning application. The council requested a noise assessment, so the technical report you've got there then goes through what they understand is the way that they'll manage, which should match up with the assessment that was provided by the appellants in terms of description of management, and they've done a noise assessment from that. In respect of management of that area, so where the animals are, they're kept in groups that they're all familiar with each other. When new animals arrive, there's also a quarantine building, but they're probably the new arrivees, depending on whether they've come because of injury or trauma, and quite often it's because somebody's died or some other reason. They're usually with the appellants, and they would keep any that are particularly sensitive with them in their house anyway. That's the way that they run the operation. They're going to be there all the time, and they sleep there. So the idea that there'll be barking dogs, etc., at night, I think Laura would just say quiet if anybody barks, and that would be it, because they just need to know sometimes that there's a human presence. I say I have been twice now to their existing one, so I know the planning officer that was originally involved, she went to the existing one, and you're very welcome to go there as well to get a sense of how it operates. But it's not in their interests, and it's not in the dog's interests that it's a noisy barking place. If you went there now, like I did yesterday, when the dogs had basically been put in a group and gone to bed, I showed my face and two of them barked because I'm ugly, and they just thought, who are you? So it's just a sudden movement. But Laura said, that's all right, and they stopped. Occasionally you'll get one that takes a little bit more effort because they're a bit more yappy, usually a terrier like I've got. But they also, because I know because we've got dogs, they respond to other dogs. So if all the other dogs are calm, dogs don't tend to bark. So it's just the hands-on personal management. That's in respect to the red lines.
Just a question for the council. I've read all the evidence, and I do know that the council's environmental health officer raised no objection on noise grounds, and found the noise impacts to be acceptable. Can you just take me through what's changed from the council EHO environmental health officer's comments?
Thank you, sir. The absence of a technical objection doesn't remove the need for broader planning judgment regarding the effect on the rural amenity and the living conditions of the nearby occupiers. We therefore made a planning judgment that there would be unreasonable harm, and it wouldn't comply with criterion 2 of policy 33, which states that development is required to ensure that it is designed to avoid unacceptable harm to the amenity of occupiers and users of nearby property and land. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
as I think I'm the only one here that lives in Reeds Lane. As I mentioned previously, there are currently 10 dogs, to my knowledge, in the 12 cottages in Reeds Lane. Of course, they're dogs. None of them bark. That was sarcasm. They all bark one another. There's one house with 3 dogs. They sit in the front window as you walk past, and they bark. It's part of the community. It's part of what we're used to. And certainly, as a dog owner, we are used to dogs barking in that area. But then, same as with me and the other neighbours, if there was a dog barking in the garden, mine included, we manage it. We bring them in. We tell them to be quiet. So, having the animal centre 250 metres away from my property where a dog may bark, it's not going to cause me any concern. We are used to it. Thank you.
And thank you for that. Yes.
And I take on board what the gentleman's saying in that, and I am sometimes a resident in the area as well. When we first knew that the animal sanctuary was going in, obviously our first concern was dogs and barking. I actually took the time when I was at my home in Spain, and we have an animal sanctuary outside the village, and I walked to probably the same distance as the sanctuary will be outside the village, and admittedly when I got there were no dogs barking, but I stood there for a while and a dog started barking, and then another one and another one, and it was very noticeable. And likewise, I mentioned earlier about being dog kennels near Leonardsley, and I don't know if that's the dog kennel that the lady was saying is moving to Devon, but I didn't realise there was a kennels there until I was at Leonardsley one day, and there was a lot of barking going on. So and that's probably the same distance, maybe a bit further than the sanctuary will be from Raylands. So it's difficult, and I understand, and if it's in a home, it's easy to control your dog, and I'm sure they do the best they can to control the dogs, but there are going to be times where it's very noisy, because one dog, begets another dog barking.
I'm aware that there's a few people that want to speak, and I will come to everybody. I just want to give the appellant a chance to respond on those points that have been made so far, if they wish to.
Yeah, simply we're not a kennels. I know we've said it several times. We're not a kennels. These dogs live indoors with us. We don't want them barking. We want a restful life as well. We train them. If we've got a dog that comes in that barks, that is our priority, to stop that dog. And every volunteer that comes and volunteers with us knows that it's their priority as well. If a dog is barking, they shush it up. And we're not Spain. I've been abroad. I've seen sanctuaries in Spain. It's awful. So, yeah, that's it really. So.
Let the lady over there go next. Thank you.
Thank you. So again, really just to support what Laura's just said, sanctuaries are very different. We're not a kennel, we're not Spain, so I don't think you're not comparing apples with apples. The Holbrook dogs are in more of a home environment than a kennel environment, so they're less likely to bark when they're settled, and if they do bark, then that's attended to. Also, my understanding is that both the council and the environmental health officer had previously accepted the noise management plan prepared by Acoustic South East. So I'm wondering what's changed. I think you alluded to that earlier, and I'm still not clear on that.
I will come back to the council shortly on some more questions, but for now, the lady to your immediate left, thank you.
I joined Holbrook 3 years ago, and prior to that I was at the RSPCA for 10 years, and what struck me when I joined Holbrook was how profoundly different the approach is, and it's much quieter than a traditional kennel. It's a calmer environment, the animals have the space to decompress, and simply be themselves. And this approach offers a real welfare benefit because ultimately they're calmer, it affects their behaviour, their health, and ultimately success in rehoming them. And you know, that's from my previous experience where dogs were in kennels, which was a much noisier environment.
At this point, I would just like to refer back to a comment you made at the start. You were going to ask the council regarding the number of noise complaints they have received for Holbrook Animal Rescue in their current site. Surely that must take precedence over a European dog sanctuary. I've witnessed them myself. We can't compare the two. But surely the number of complaints that they've had has to really be the major factor in, is that noise going to be transferred to the new site?
Yes, thank you. I've got that on my list of questions to just understand the existing track record of Holbrook, if the council's had noise complaints, how close they are to residential properties there, where the dogs sleep and rest, but also the walking field. So I think we can build up some picture from that with the council's support, hopefully, and that is on my list of questions, and I will get to that. Do I see a hand up there? Thank you.
Just a quick point around the lady mentioned Leonardsley. It's just been advised to me that it's a place called Keepers Kennels, and it's a boarding kennels where dogs go on holiday. So it's a very different environment. You're moving dogs from a home environment into a kennel environment that they may not be familiar with. So there's going to be a lot more noise.
Miss Kent, did you want to come? Yeah.
I think it's really important to bring it back to what we're actually talking about here. So we're talking about the noise management plan. We're talking about the acoustic modelling that was done. I don't agree with the council's assessment that there would be no noise impact, because the modelling, it was fundamentally looking at the red line area. It was considering noise and the impact that would have on a residential property. I just want to remind everyone that caravans are not residential properties. So you're talking about noise that's much more clearly audible than if you're in a normal bricks and mortar residential property. You're in a caravan, your windows may be open. You may be spending quite a lot of the time outdoors on balconies. The modelling was really all about, the assessments were about the impact that the dog noise would have from inside buildings, going through with closed windows and roofing and everything like that. The real world impacts are going to be on dogs that are spending in excess of 5 hours outside and travelling a distance that might not be 400 metres, might be nearer 15 metres in the red line, in the blue line area. And that's what concerned me about the modelling. It didn't really impact the real world impact on our park.
Thank you, Ms Kent. I'll give the appellant and the council a chance to respond on those points. And I know there's other people in the room that want to talk, but I think it's only fair that we bring the council and the appellant in. I'll have a similar question for you, Ms Kent, which I'm going to put to the council now. So just bear in mind the question I'm asking the council, and I want you to answer it as well. In terms of the council's concerns about noise, are they more to do with the noise coming from within the red line site, i.e. the dogs when they're inside the building and they're in the exercise area, or is it more to do with when they're being walked around the perimeter, or is it maybe both? I just want to drill down in terms of where the council's concern is, and then I'll give the appellant a chance also to, in a second, just to respond on those points about whether the technical reports make allowances for caravans, etc., and holiday makers. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just to reiterate what I've said previously, our assessments are taken from within the red line site. I did mention that there has been no objection on technical grounds, but we are still obliged to assess on amenity grounds as well, and that is why we made the decision. We felt that it wasn't compliant with policy 33 criteria 2. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I will come back to you, Ms Kent, in a moment on your views on that, but I do want to bring the appellant back in, who probably wants to respond on some of those points. Can you take me through the technical report and just give me some steer as to if the assessment takes into account caravans, which, as Miss Kent says, typically have thinner walls and dwellings, and people may be living them in a different way to how they would operate in a standard dwelling house. Is that taken into account, and has assessment technically been made for that? Thank you.
So obviously I'm not the author, but 2.2, which goes over about 3 pages, but 2.2 site content under the context, location, site layout, routine, etc. Just after the 2 plans, so I think it's about the 4th page of 2.2, the top of page 7, it's very clear that it describes the area. It describes to the immediate east the caravan site. So it's very clear that they're fully aware of a caravan site because they've described it. Whether they've actually described sort of the thickness of the walls, I don't remember them saying that, but clearly, I mean, they're professionals and they've considered it as a caravan site, so that must have been part of their assessment.
Yes, I'm looking at page 13, paragraph 5, and it talks about the distances and if sound is audible at the boundary, which I'm assuming sound is being measured from within the red line site when that statement's being made. Is that correct? Page 13, paragraph 5.
That's my understanding. They're basically modelled because that's where the activity is, other than I think most of the concern seems to relate to the blue line. In terms of the assessment of noise, it was the application, sir.
And does the environmental and noise policy, which was authored by yourselves, that takes into account morning routines, afternoon routines, and gives us some information about how dog walking will be managed? Is that correct? Just for my...
Yes, so that would cover the blue line as well. Yes, that's correct.
So I'll come back to you now, Ms. Kent. Is your concern from within the red line, or is it more to do with the walking around the boundary, or is it both?
I think it's both because, like I say, the modelling it assumes that we are a residential building, and we're not. So I'm not convinced that the assumptions are correct. I think they are incorrect, and that potentially noise would be audible from the red line area. Like I say, the other concern that I've got is the assumption is that the dogs will be inside with doors and windows closed with all the soundproofing. But we know from what we've been talking about that in the red line area and outside of the red line area in the blue area, dogs will be outside a lot of the day. So you're talking about, in excess of 5 hours where the dogs are outside. Now, there is no soundproofing roof on the whole of that field. So, to my mind, the possibility of us not hearing noise is just not at all likely.
Did the appellant... Sorry, but I'm kind of across you. Do you have anything else to say before I give the chance? Right, thank you.
No, thank you.
I mean, I've read the documents and I've seen there's some measures at paragraph 6.3 to control dog barking. I think Miss Kent raises some points on the dogs within the red line site primarily, but also when they're being walked. And I've heard about the time durations when they'll be walked, and we'll talk a bit more about that in a moment. But from within the site, there are some measures at 6.3, and I've seen there's references to the thickness of the buildings, but also references to the density of a fence around those areas. Did the appellant just want to say anything else on those points before we cover off a bit more of what Ms. Kent said?
Oh, sorry.
My understanding, sir, and it was then assessed by the council and by planning officers, is that this included that open area within the red line, because it's talking there of measure 7, for example, for the play area. So that's quite clearly the assessment has taken account of when the dogs aren't just within the building, but that is the area within the red line. So my understanding is that's a complete assessment in terms of what's being...
I'll just bring in a few members of the public there, and then I'll come back if there's any other points that want to be raised. If I start with yourself over there first, and then we'll move around the room.
Yeah, sorry, me again. I know you're going to cover this with the council, you've mentioned that, but to my knowledge, throughout the 30 years that Holbrook Animal Rescue have been in their current site, they've not had one single recorded noise complaint. That's despite neighbouring properties at the current site being substantially closer and situated within a far more densely populated environment than would be the case at the Southwater site. In fact, one neighbouring property is situated approximately 5 metres from the rescue, and we have a shared driveway.
I can understand the noise. It will make a difference to the noise, the noise in the area. But again, as I've lived there for many years, it's not just dogs. As I say, we've covered the dogs. We have the A24. Up until recently, we had football on Phillips Field, which is opposite between Reeds Lane and the A24. It's noise that the community has to either, accept and compromise on. We're not necessarily, no one's covered the noise that we get from aircraft. I'm lucky I have a conservatory at the rear of my property, and I certainly noticed the number of planes are around 10,000 feet. I've checked it on flight radar that fly over the area, fly over my property, more so in the evenings. Again, you have traffic, and also I'm fully aware that Raylands Country Park have events, evenings in their clubhouse. I hear it. I hear it in my property, but I compromise. If I need to go to bed due to my illness, I will go to another room where I don't hear it. So it's not just about dogs. There is a lot of noise in the environment already.
Just on your experience as a local resident, you mentioned aeroplanes. Is that Gatwick Airport?
Yeah, having checked, may sound sad, having checked them on flight radar, it's nice to know where they're coming and going from. It's not, obviously, it is subject to wind direction, obviously depending on which part of the runway they're landing on. So when they come in from the west, they will loop round, they will fly over at about 10,000 feet. I can be out in the garden, for instance, at night, and you can see the more than 4 or 5 planes any one time in the sky, all circling around to come in.
And just in terms of the more local airport, the Jackrells Airport, is there many planes landing and taking off from that local airport? And what impact does that have on the noise environment? Just from a resident's point of view, I'm not inviting technical evidence, but I just need to understand that.
I personally don't know enough about that runway. I believe, I don't know who owns it, but I've certainly viewed on many occasions small light aircraft taking off and landing. And again, the noise doesn't bother me. It's something, okay, there's a runway. You're going to expect, it's being tolerant to the community and the surrounding area. If I wanted peace and quiet, I'd move.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, shall I bring you back in and just give me some of those points just so I understand it a bit more? Thank you.
Sorry. So the airfield at the end of Jackal's Lane is a very small privately owned airfield with sort of like Cessna airplanes, and they have no scheduled sort of flight plans. They come and go randomly, not very often at all. They, when they're up, obviously, there's only 1 or 2 planes ever flying at one time. And it's very, I would say, probably 4 to 6 times a year, I'd say, on that airfield. And with regards to the neighbouring properties of Holbrook Animal Rescue at the moment, I assume they're brick buildings again, so they probably wouldn't have complaints in them. And these people are probably working so they're out majority of the day. And I think our residents are actually here on holiday, so they come here for peace and quiet to enjoy the countryside from mainly busy cities, cities abroad, and they come here to relax and generally in their caravan or on their balconies to enjoy the countryside and peace and quiet.
Yes, I'll give the appellant a chance to respond there.
Okay, on the local people where we live at the moment, the two neighbours work from home. They've got businesses, they work from home. They don't go to work, as you suggest, wrongly. On the other side of the road, there is a camper van stroke construction, which I would call a log cabin. They've been there for 30 years as well. So your assumption that people are out all day and there's no other buildings and brick buildings is incorrect.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I know you've been patiently waiting to speak.
Sorry.
Please do come in.
So I'm one of the main volunteers on site, so I'm there 5 days of the week. My shift starts at 10. If I do 2 shifts, I finish at 6. So some of the days I'm on site all day. So I just wanted to say that there is really not very much noise. We do have neighboring property. The impact is minimal. Every volunteer is trained on keeping the noise down. And incidentally, I've been volunteering at rescues in Spain for the last 2 years. And the difference with Holbrook is that Laura is on site all the time. She trains the dogs and she builds a relationship with dogs, which means she can manage the noise as well as she can. And all of the volunteers receive training as well. And it's one of the main points is that if we hear a dog barking, we must go and attend that. And with regards to dogs being outside for more than 5 hours, other than the 2 times a day when the dogs are exercised, the rest are feeding times and resting times. So even though, just as there are videos of dogs barking, I have videos of dogs resting outside. So really, there isn't that much noise. And as I understand, there is currently a dog walking field at Rayland, and I really don't see how it would be any different us walking our dogs in our field.
Any other hands popping up for questions? I have some questions, if not. Okay.
Lisa, could I have where are you at in terms of we've jumped all around with lots of different
Yes, we
points.
have.
I mean, I've got a few in terms of the council's evidence, etc. So I'm not necessarily saying it now. I'm just trying to ascertain where we are on your sort of list of questions.
Yeah, I mean, I was just working my way through the evidence in terms of both parties' evidence and what's before me from the interested parties. I just need to hear everyone's points of view, and that's why I've allowed the discussion to go in this direction. I appreciate it's not as structured as perhaps we'd all like, but it's very, very important that everyone makes their points. My questions, I'll come back to my questions now. In terms of where I am in my questions, I appreciate it's coming up to 1:45. I think we'll probably take a break around 2 just to people to grab some food and stretch their legs again. I don't have many more questions on noise, but I do have a few more, and I'm not sure how long they'll take, because often one question gives an answer and it sparks further discussion, and we have to go off in directions, rightly so. So it's a bit difficult to give you sort of an accurate timeline or structure to where the questioning and the discussion may go, because it will just follow its organic path, and rightly so, perhaps.
So it wasn't any criticism whatsoever. I was just thinking in terms of trying to draw sort of responses together. I think I'll let the questions continue maybe, and then do that at the end. That might. I
will definitely give you.
I don't want you thinking, she told me that minutes ago when I was writing on that.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, I do have one question for the council, and then I do want to talk a bit more about the existing site and the track record as well. I think that's important. It sounds like I may need to go to the existing site and just stand there myself. Whether that's today or tomorrow, I don't know yet. But I will go, and we'll talk about that later. But I think whenever I go, it's going to be a snapshot in time anyway. So I do need to hear from the council and the people that live locally, and the appellants themselves who live and breathe it, hear those points of view to help me come to my overall decision. So I will explore it a bit more before we, hopefully by 2:00, we'll see. Okay. Can I just ask the council, from your perspective, and I've heard other people's points of view in the room, which residential properties do you feel will be materially affected or harmfully affected? Is it Raylands Park? Is it the properties in Reeds Lane? Or is it Jack Crawl's farm? Is it all of them? Or is it someone else, perhaps not even on that list? Just so I've got an understanding of where you're coming from.
It's really Raylands, sir.
So I think it does neatly bring us to the existing site. I've seen the maps, I've seen the evidence, and I am going to go there myself in person just to feel it on the ground. But can the council just set out if there's been noise complaints or if they're aware of any issues at the existing site, given it's been there? And I think we had a discussion about, well, it's in excess of 25 years. You said 33, I think we had another number, but it's in excess of 25 years. It's probably nearer 33, I'm sure. What's the track record from the council's perspective in terms of noise complaints for the site?
So at the existing site, I don't believe we've had any complaints.
And just for the council again, you've seen the evidence from the appellant in terms of, you may even have anecdotally been to the existing site, but you've certainly seen the evidence in writing. Are they fair in terms of the proximity of residential occupiers to the site? I think the case that's been put to me is that they're actually closer than Raylands Country Park, and the number of complaints is, well, from what I see before me, the number of complaints is 0 in 33 years.
I think my colleagues informed me that I think those properties are about 260 metres away, sir.
Some of the closest ones.
You did hear me mention that there's actually a house right next door and we share a driveway. Sorry too. So
I was interested in the closest houses, that's all.
Sorry, I thought you meant at the current, so you meant the existing site at the moment.
Yeah, the existing site, yeah. So you're happy that the distances that are set out in the appellant's evidence for the existing houses and the proximity is an accurate, I'm going to go and look myself, but it's an accurate representation.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And at the existing site, dogs are walked around the perimeter of the site. So with the perimeter of the site, are there any public footpaths or public areas where the dogs may be, I don't know what the right word is, but where they may be triggered to bark? Or, I mean, is the landscape at the existing site comparable to what's proposed, is my question.
Okay.
Yes, the field that we walk around where we keep the horses, there's a footpath that runs nearly half the way round.
Nearly halfway.
And it's only divided by a stock fence. So when we're walking around the field, we're very conscious of not allowing the dogs to run over and see people. The dogs don't bark when they see people because they're used to seeing people. We keep them under control. There's one or two that go on a lead if we see people, just because we know they want to say hello, really. So we don't want them running over to say hello.
And can I also add that in all these years, no one's ever stopped to film us or stand there and antagonise the dogs? Is that true to say?
No, it's true.
No.
Okay. I've never seen anyone.
Okay.
And I know it's in the evidence, so I won't ask you to read it all out verbatim, but what measures do you use just to control dog barking when walking? I have read it, so it's just for the benefit, really, the headlines for the room today, please.
So we do a lot with voice command. We do occasionally carry little shaky bottles with stones in to get their attention. The two of those work quite well, actually. Like I said, we put the odd dog on a lead. We're very aware of what's going on around us. So it's why we've never had any complaints where we are, because we consider everybody. We try to be nice neighbours. We want everybody to like us where we are, because I believe in you get on with everybody around you. You coexist. So we're very conscious of not letting our dogs irritate anybody. Therefore, we take small measures like the cans of stones and the training. And we make the volunteers 100% aware of to do it too.
And I'll also add that the new dogs, the ones we're not sure of, do not go on the walks. They are,
Yeah, I
whatever
mean,
you-
if we get a naughty dog, it goes through a training program. And also, if when it does come on the walks with us, if it is a slightly noisy dog, sometimes you get the odd terrier that's a bit noisy. We'll keep that one on a lead. You can rectify the problem with a lead. It's simple training.
Okay. I just wanted to ask a question to Miss Kent, if I may. You have the Raylands Farm dog walking field just to the north of your site. When dogs are being walked around the perimeter of there, would you say that's similar to dogs being walked on the perimeter of the proposal, or is it different?
The field in question is a field that we own. So Raylands owners are welcome to walk their dog on there if they want to. It would be maybe one dog at a time. Every time I've been up there, I've not seen anyone walking their dog there. They often decide to just walk it up the road and footpaths and downslink and things like that. It's actually a field that we've used for our conservation projects. And obviously, I feel like this is, with Raylands, obviously we have dogs there, but there are really strict rules, park rules, about dogs and how well behaved they need to be. And it's something that's very much totally in our control. So if there is any issues with dog noise, obviously we can speak to the owners and they're subject to the park rules that we can enforce, so that dogs can't cause a disturbance. Here you're talking about something very different. The management plan relies heavily on behavioural control, staff supervision, operational discipline. In planning terms, to rely on all these measures, I'm not sure how you enforce that. I can't see in the long term how that can really be enforced. I don't know if you want to say any more about the dog walking field, Ben.
Yeah, so in that field, I go up at night. Sometimes we got some feeding platforms for the bird of prey and the owls and stuff. And where the night's clear and calm, you can hear a dog barking from over 2 miles away because the sound just travels in the countryside. Travels quite far, and there's one dog that's at least 2 miles away that you can hear quite clearly. And what worries us is that's one dog, and in the last year or so, since Holbrook have been using that bit of land and walking their dogs just once a day, there's been multiple sort of complaints through us that people have, if the dog's barking. I know there's been a lady down the road that's rides a horse. She's disturbed her horse and she nearly come off the horse. Bikes, people are going up the road on the bikes because dogs do react. Dogs will react towards what they see on the road. And the dogs aren't on leads. And I just don't see how, if that can happen multiple times a day, and this won't affect our business in the near future.
Can I just also add that we talk a lot about their existing site and residences next door, but I'm talking about a holiday park. So people only come here to be on holiday. They come here for peace and quiet. Our sole purpose is to provide that tranquility in the countryside. It's our USP. We've got nothing else. We're not by the seaside. That's what people come here for. So they're in a very different mindset in terms of their sensitivity to noise, because they have only come here to, for peace and quiet and to relax. And a lot of the owners that we have on the park, they might live in really noisy areas and they might have noisy dogs or kids and things like that next door, and they are only coming here for peace and quiet. and to relax. And so their mindset is very different from someone living day to day in a residential house.
Sorry, can I just add a comment from being local? I don't know where to go with this. You know, let's take this in perspective. I hope that the consideration of people outside of this area that want to use this area as a holiday doesn't take preference over local people like me that have invested time and money in making this area my home. I understand, from a personal view, in my opinion, I fully understand that there are two sides, well, in essence, there's two sides to this. It's going to split the community whichever way this goes. But let's have a perspective of, in essence, the local people, the people that have, say, invested in this area. I don't know. It's difficult for me to try and see it from the outside. All I'm asking for as a local resident is this is done fairly, impartially and correctly. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, I know you've had your hand up for a while, so please go ahead.
I'd like to say, how do the residents of Raylands Caravan Park cope when their own dogs are barking, if the sound carries so badly?
I think Ms Kent's covered that in terms of the rules of the site. If the council has any comments on terms of noise complaints from Raylands, I'll hear them, but there's not been any put to me in writing. So unless the council wishes, I'm not insisting the council replies to that question as it wishes to, but you may not even have that information to hand. But I guess that you would know if it's a problem site. I'm guessing it's not, otherwise you'd be telling me. Yeah, I do hear that point though. Thank you. I don't have any more questions, but I would like to give the appellant one chance to respond to everything in the round that we've heard. And you're more than welcome to. And then we're just coming up to 2, but I don't want to rush you. But I'll give the appellant one final say, and then we'll close for lunch. Because I think I have heard. I've got the written evidence. I'm going out on site. I appreciate all the arguments in the room, and I will make a ruling eventually. But I will give you just one final opportunity just to wrap up the points made.
Okay, I'll do it with sandwiches in mind, so as quick as I can. In respect of the reason for refusal, I think you asked the questions of the council in terms of what had changed, etc. Obviously, there was a request from the environmental health officer when we applied for a technical review. That technical review was submitted. It was reviewed by the technical officers within the council who, as we know, were happy with that. I think, sir, as quoted in section 7 of my appeal statement, it was also then reviewed by the planning officers. So the planning officers' report and the recommendation to committee was that there wasn't a problem in respect of noise. So technically they looked at that at 2 levels, officers as well. And as we know, that's not just the case officer, that's also the manager, because they changed the other parts of it. The committee took a different view. I explained what one of the councillors said, and I see 3 or 4 of the responses, the public comments have said the same thing. So a councillor took a different view, and the committee, as it is its right to take it, took a different view. But obviously then we have a reason for refusal. The council needs to support that reason for refusal. So in respect of evidence, we've only got the evidence in section 7 of the local authority's statement. Well, obviously you need to read all of it, but in terms of the activities, I think 7.6 is probably the one that sets out what the activities are. It's noise from animal accommodation and associated operations. They would be perceptible within the rural soundscape. The comings and goings and levels of activity and the cumulative effect of operational noise, vehicle movements, etc. So that seems to be what they're relying upon. my brain's not clever enough to do a word search, but I don't think dog or barking actually features in any of section 7, but it might do. But clearly there's not a big focus on that particular component of it. The word I pick up on there, sir, is that it's talking about it would be perceptible within the rural soundscape. Obviously, the policy test is that it doesn't cause an unacceptable, there's a policy. It should be designed to avoid unacceptable harm to the amenity of occupiers or users of nearby property and land, for example, through overlooking or noise. So it's not whether it's perceptible, it's an unacceptable test. That's the one that the officers and the EHO have considered. In respect of the premises, which the planning officers now identified the only premises that they think is affected by the noise, he identified Raylands Park. So if you look at the plan, you don't need to do it now, but the one we went to earlier, which is 14 at 7.9 of my statement, that's the one. I mean, Raylands Park is actually of those neighbours, that's the one that's further away, and it's not downwind either because southwest winds would go a different way. So when you consider Raylands Park holiday caravans, you've also got the main road, you've got the cranes next to it, we've heard about aircraft circling. You know, you've got to consider in terms of perceptibility and these comings and goings, which seems to me all like traffic, etc., to what extent they really are affected. It seems from everything that's been said that the concern is principally from people walking dogs, not the actual nighttime activity and the main activity. It's that daily exercise. In respect of what's been going on at the moment, they're not operating from there. So dogs that have been taken there when they're doing something with the trees, etc. So you haven't got, from anything that's happened today, anything that says this is how it's going to be, because it isn't operating there. And close with the comment that in that area going south from the red line, as you can see on that insert 14 towards Raylands Park, most of that is running parallel to the dog walking area that's on the other side of the road north of Raylands Park. So it's already, the activity in that area is moving into a place where it's already got a similar activity on the other side of the road. I appreciate that's a holiday park, the numbers of residents goes up and down, but statistically, if there's, I think it's 136 caravans, there's going to be certainly more than 30 dogs, I would say. I don't know, I'm not putting in a figure, but I'm just saying in terms of the evidence that the council's got to support this reason for refusal, there seems to me there is no evidence, and that the test that they've set themselves in terms of defending it is that it's perceptible. That is a judgment you'll have to make. I'd be surprised that comings and goings and noise would be perceptible there, but that isn't the policy, sir. So in terms of the policy test, they need to show that this is unacceptable, and there's no evidence from the council, in my view, to support that, nor have I heard anything today, nor do I think there is any reason why that would be considered unacceptable. Final comment, sir, is just throwing it out. If somebody had applied for a dog walking field on the southern part of this, given there's a dog walking field on the other side of the road, would the local authority likely have refused it? Probably not. It's a rhetorical question we can't answer, and I'm not asking us to answer. I'm just saying in terms of context and setting, we need to be sure we're testing this at the right bar.
Okay, thank you. I think there is a natural point to break for lunch. Before I agree with everybody what time we should come back and how long we need, just to set out what's left to discuss after lunch, we will pick up point 4 of the agenda, and we'll look at any other planning matters not covered. So if anyone in the room wants to raise some points of discussion, I have some of my own questions which will come up at that stage, but I'll invite everyone else who's got any other concerns or comments or observations to make them at that stage, to make sure that everything is covered off that's in people's minds. We will then go to the planning balance and closing comments from the main parties. I'll expound on what I mean by planning balance for those not familiar with planning appeals at that stage. But in short, it's looking at the benefits, the harms, and any neutral matters and how those may be going into the planning mix. But I'll expand on that when we get there. Then we'll move on to planning conditions, as I said this morning, first thing, then they're without prejudice to the outcome of this appeal, but we'll just look at what conditions may be appropriate if I were minded to allow the appeal. But as I've said, I've not made that decision yet. It's just in the circumstance I was going to. And then we'll just finish off with the arrangements for the site visit and the closure of the hearing, and then I'll attend the site. I'm confident that I can probably get out onto the site today, both the appeal site and the existing site, just looking at what's left to get through after lunch. But we'll see how the discussions go, because what I don't want to do is cut it off too soon if the discussions naturally take us somewhere which needs a bit of an airing. So with that in mind, how long do people want to take for lunch? I mean, as a minimum, I would suggest 35 minutes, but I'm happy to go much longer than that. If people want a bit more time, I'm really quite flexible. I've dedicated the whole day to this. So I will look to anyone else to give me a nod if they want 45 minutes, say, or even an hour. All are fine with me, if I'm honest. So, okay, we're looking at 35. Does anyone have any objections to that? Okay, so the time now is 2:10. So if we can come back at 2:45, I would be most grateful. Thank you very much. The hearing is now adjourned. Okay, it's just gone 1:45. The hearing now is resumed. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you for coming back. Okay, so we're moving on to point 4 of the agenda, which is any other planning matters or considerations that's not been discussed hitherto. It's an opportunity for anyone in the room who wants to bring up something that's not been discussed yet. I'm aware also that I think Councillor Moore's joined us now. You're there, thank you. And I appreciate you weren't here this morning, so you may have a few points you want to raise, and there will be an opportunity for that as well. I have some questions as well, so I'll open with my questions, but I will throw the floor open as well when others want to come in. I just wanted to start with the common ground, so the statement of common ground in particular. Is it common ground between the main parties at least, and I have read this, but just for the purpose of this discussion, that there is a need to relocate because of the progression of the strategic site known as land north of Horsham? Is that broadly agreed between the main parties that there is a need to relocate?
Yes, sir. Yeah. I can provide the status of a planning application that is currently live in the existing site. That is it's part of the Mowbray Phase 1 strategic site. It is subject to a reserved matters, but it's currently on hold, and there's no time frame on that at the moment. So, thank you.
But the reality is the appellant needs to find alternative premises. It's likely that the strategic site at some point in the future will be developed. I mean, is that, I wouldn't say cast in stone, but there's a good probability it will happen. Is that my understanding correct there?
Yes, sir. Yeah, that will happen. Mm-hmm.
Although, so I have read the statement of ground, and there's less agreement on the how the appellant has considered alternative sites in arriving at which site might be most appropriate to meet their need to relocate. I'm aware that the policy points towards the reuse of existing buildings in the first instance, or the like. So can the appellant just take me through the consideration of alternative sites and how they eventually arrived at the current site to meet their need?
Yes, sir. I may also get the appellants to add some detail, because I think once we'd submitted the information, the council's never raised anything. So I don't think until it got to the statement of common ground when Mr. Holmes said not agreed, I think it was about the first time that I've really seen any question on that. But basically there was a document put in that was site purchase information that went in as a confidential document. I think it should therefore have found its way to you, but it didn't go on the website. But basically they'd be looking for a while, and that document ran through a number of parcels of land that had been on the market that had been looked at. Yeah. This particular parcel of land was owned by a relative and has been for many years. Did she, I think she was...
1995 she bought it, so it's been in the family since 1995.
Yeah, and she's now sadly died. But she had, prior to that, because I think I was first involved in 2021, she had said she'd be happy for them to use that. So they were looking for other sites, and the application obviously, as you know, came in 2024. It was affordable, and it seemed to us to tick all the boxes. But certainly the planning officer seemed happy at the time that went in, said, yeah, that makes sense. And I think it says to that effect in the officer's report as well.
Did the council want to come back on those comments about potentially the council originally being content or not, as the case may be, and what the council's current position is?
So I'm just going to look into the original committee report, but I don't think we ever agreed to that the evidence put forward was sufficient. I think our position is it doesn't conclusively demonstrate that the appeal site is the only suitable or available option, particularly given the limited evidence relating to the consideration of sites containing existing buildings or within established rural complexes. Therefore, the weight to be given to that exercise and the conclusions to be drawn from it remain matters of planning judgment.
Very briefly on that, so I'm not sure that that's been the only possible site is necessarily a policy requirement.
But I was going to come to that in terms of, was the appellant aware of any other sites that were being actively marketed at the time?
So yes, I mean, that report has 3 different sites that were up for sale.
You're welcome.
So all I was going to say was that our patron that's recently retired is an MP in Crawley called Henry Smith. He wrote to all the councils on our behalf asking if they had any parcels of land available. This was about 5 years ago, around about 5 years ago. And nothing came back. And we tried for quite a long time to find a suitable site. We didn't know what we were going to do. And then by luck, really, this one came up, and it seemed like the perfect option. When also you remember the logistics of moving that many animals and the distance involved, if we had gone much further afield, it's a lot of animals to try and get somewhere, and someone has to look after them there while we go back and get the others and build in enclosures.
Councils were written to at the time.
So I'm just looking at, we certainly submitted it, but because it was confidential, just wondering whether you've, it doesn't sound like you've seen
No,
it.
it hasn't made its way to me. And I think in your statement, you probably mentioned that you weren't going to submit it. So I'm just wondering whether I do need to see it or not. I'll probably ask the council a few more questions before I decide whether I need to see it or not. I appreciate it's a public, well, not a public document, but it's been before the council already. So it's not like we're introducing new evidence within the appeal process. So
it said at paragraph 9 of that cert that we or the appellants contacted Horsham, Dorking, Crawley and Hampshire Council.
That's in the confidential.
That's correct.
Yes,
Paragraph 9.
I haven't seen that. That's why.
And then attached to it were 3 parcels of land that they also been interested in, been to look at, but they were sold before they were before something they've even got to see.
Before I invite the confidential report to be submitted to me, I just want to check whether I need to see it or not. I'll just ask the council. So you're aware of the 3 different sites that were looked at by the appellant. However, they were sold before the council could. Was that view them or even make an offer? What stage did you get to? Yeah. Okay. And as far as you're aware, there was nothing else that was available within that time frame when you were actively searching for a site.
Sorry, within the area, so that we wouldn't want to lose our volunteers and, like I said before, getting the animals from one place to another. We could have easily found some if we'd gone to Cornwall or Devon.
So that does bring me on to your search area. How wide was your search area, bearing in mind your volunteers perhaps live locally, so you can't go to Cornwall for obvious reasons, and your connections in with various organisations like the RSPCA, etc., that we talked about earlier, they're local as well, I'm assuming, so you need to be near them. So how big was your search area when you were looking at these sites?
Sorry, it was a few years ago, but I think it's around about a 20-mile radius.
Yes, so there's someone else could probably, I've got Cookham, Nuthurst, that's near Horsham, Crowfield, so they're all that sort of 20 miles radius, aren't they?
And just a question for the council. In the committee report at paragraph 6.2, there's a reference to a countryside location potentially being more appropriate than the settlement area. Would that narrow the search area for the appellants? if you could just explain what you mean by that paragraph 6.2 and the countryside location potentially being more appropriate than the settlement area.
So I would, you'd have to forgive me, but I think I would say that would more a less open location, closer to buildings and built form. And perhaps rural buildings, the use of existing rural buildings.
Was the council aware, or anyone else in this room for that matter, if there were suitable sites available that the appellant didn't look at or hasn't raised in evidence at all? For the council, that question firstly.
No, sir, we weren't made aware of any.
Is anyone in the room aware of a site that was being actively marketed at that time, which may have been able to accommodate the proposed use? Thank you.
Would you like that document, sir?
Sorry?
Would you like that document?
Yes, I was just about to ask that, Ray. I think given the document was submitted with the application, I don't see any procedural harm with it being forwarded to me, just for consideration. And what I will do is I'll take that into account with what I've heard today in terms of the evidence and what's already been submitted in writing. The reason I'm asking these questions, just for anyone not familiar with the planning process, is I'll need to take into account, if I find any harm insofar as noise and character, I will need to look at whether any benefits outweigh that harm. And some of those benefits may be a pressing need to relocate due to being unintentionally made homeless. But whether the site is a more preferable site that's been ignored for whatever reason, and I'll just need to be satisfied that there isn't a more preferable site, perhaps, amongst all the other benefits which we'll come to later, in terms of the benefits the proposal brings. So if you could forward that to my case officer, and I'll accept that as evidence. That'll be evidence HD2, which will sit against HD1, which was the email we discussed before the lunch break. Thank you. Councillor Moore, before I go on to my next questions, did you want to come in at that point? I appreciate you weren't here before lunch, or you may have just come in before lunch, but you haven't had a chance to speak yet. So if there is any matters you want to raise, now is your chance. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I'm Derek Moore, I'm Chairman of Southwater Parish Council. We previously objected to the application, and we continue to support Horsham District Council's decision to refuse the planning permission. We do acknowledge the valuable work undertaken by Holbrook Animal Rescue, and the council's position is not a criticism of the charity of it or its purpose. But the question for this appeal is a planning question, and that is whether or not this development in this location is acceptable, having regard to the development plan and other material considerations. Our view is that it is not. We have a neighbourhood development plan which was made in 2021, and it forms part of the statutory development plan for the area. Horsham's District Council's current local plan is the planning framework of 2015. The Southwater Parish Design Statement also is a relevant local design document and is specifically referred to through the adopted planning framework and local design policies. The appeal site lies outside the defined built-up area boundary of Southwater in the countryside to the east of the A24, and is accessed from Jackrell's Lane. That countryside location is central to the parish council's objection. Firstly, the proposal conflicts with several policies in the neighbourhood plan. SNP1 sets out the core principles for development in the parish. It requires development to contribute positively to those principles and states that settlements within the area plan will only grow beyond their built-up area boundaries in accordance with the development plan. It also recognises that publicly accessible open and green spaces are integral to the parish's way of life, and that the development should maintain and not remove the connection between urban and rural areas. We believe this proposal would introduce a substantial operational use into the open countryside. It would include new access roads, buildings, animal enclosures, extensive fencing, parking, external activity and associated vehicle movements. It's our view that this would not maintain the rural character of the countryside setting of this part of Southwater. Under policy SNP 18, a treated landscape is also directly relevant. It requires development proposals to produce measurable enhancement to the treed environment to ensure biodiversity net gains and to replace any lost trees or woodland with the planting of greater environmental value. We remain concerned that the submitted information and appeal material may not have demonstrated compliance with SNP 18 in particular. The Council has concerns about the removal of smaller trees and vegetation from the site before the application process and the adequacy and delivery of replacement planting, and whether or not the planting proposed would genuinely mitigate the urbanising effect of the development or provide measurable enhancement to the parish treed landscapes. Secondly, it reinforces the planning framework policy 26, which is countryside protection. This states that outside built-up area boundaries, the rural character and undeveloped nature of the countryside will be protected against inappropriate development. It requires proposals to be essential to the countryside location of a scale appropriate to the countryside character and location, and not to lead to significant increase in the overall level of activity in the countryside. It also requires protection, conservation or enhancement of the key features and the characteristics of the landscape. Character area, including tranquility, ecological qualities, hedgerows, trees, fields and sensitivity to change. We also consider that the proposal fails that policy test. The development would materially increase the activity in this rural location. It would change the appearance and use and the experience of the land from the countryside to a managed operational site with buildings, fencing, animals, staff visitors and vehicles. That is not a minor or neutral change. Policy 25 requires the natural environment and landscape character of the district be protected against inappropriate development and requires development to protect, conserve and enhance the landscape character, green infrastructure and biodiversity. Policy 33 requires development to avoid unacceptable harm to the amenity of nearby occupiers and users of land, including by noise, and to respect the character of the surrounding area and relevant design statements. These policies point in the same direction. The proposal must be judged not only by the social value of the applicant's work, but by whether or not the site can accommodate the development without unacceptable landscape, biodiversity, amenity and countryside impacts. The parish's view is that it cannot. Our design statement emphasises the semi-rural character, its rural setting, the importance of countryside views and the need for development to respect local landscape character. It seeks development that recognises the parish's intrinsic qualities and protects the countryside contexts that residents value. The proposal would introduce built form, fencing, parking and operational activity into land experienced as part of the rural landscape. We consider that this would have an urbanising effect on Jackrell's Lane and the surrounding countryside, which is contrary to the principles of the design statement. In respect of the landscape, countryside character and visual amenity, the council notes that the district council's own landscape evidence identified harm to the landscape character and visual amenity. The landscape officer's comments recorded that the site is outside the built-up area boundary, is in a countryside location, is part of a wider field, and is experienced in the context of the rural character of Jackrell's Lane and nearby public rights-of-way. Those comments also raised concern about the loss of tranquility, light pollution, noise, and the general increase in the level of activity in the countryside. Those concerns mirror the parish council's objection. Even if some landscaping is proposed, it does not remove the policy conflict. New planting would take time to establish and may not screen the development in the early years, and would not address the fundamental change in the use and character of the site. We're also concerned about nature conservation. This site and its boundaries form part of a wider rural environment, including hedgerows, trees and grassland and wildlife movement routes. The parish council has received reports of deer and other wildlife becoming trapped or affected by the fencing that has been erected on the site. We ask that this concern is treated seriously in assessing whether or not the development would protect ecological networks and wildlife movement. The proposal should not be permitted unless the inspector is satisfied that the wildlife movement, hedgerows, trees, biodiversity interests would be protected and enhanced in practice, not merely addressed in general terms through future conditions, on the information before the council which has not been demonstrated. Drawing to an end here, we are concerned with the noise and disturbance that this development would have. The proposal use would involve animals, dogs and staff, and is likely to be more noticeable than it would be in a more urban or enclosed setting. The proposed hours of operation are therefore highly material. The parish council remains concerned that the hours, the nature of animal care and the likely pattern of activity could lead to unacceptable disturbance to nearby residents, neighbouring businesses and users of the surrounding countryside. The council also notes that the Horsham District Council's Planning Committee added a reason for refusal on the neighbouring amenity due to the noise and disturbance, which was contrary to Policy 33 of the HDPF. Whilst management plans can sometimes reduce operational impacts, the parish council is not satisfied that those noise characteristics of this use, especially barking dogs and external animal activity, can be controlled sufficiently in this location. However, the planning balance must start with the development plan. In this case, there is clear conflict with the Southwater Neighbourhood Plan and the Horsham District Planning Framework. The harm is not limited to one issue. It arises from the site's location outside the built-up area boundary, the loss of countryside character, the increase in activity within the countryside, and the impacts on the treed landscape and biodiversity, and the likely noise and disturbance associated with that use. We consider these harms as substantial and not outweighed by the benefits of the proposal. The appeal should not be simply allowed because of the organisation performs a valued role. The council's position is that a valued use still needs to be located on a suitable and policy compliant site. The parish council therefore respectfully ask the inspector to dismiss this appeal and uphold Horsham District Council's refusal of this planning permission. Thank you very much.
Councillor Moore, thank you very much. I've made some detailed notes about your comments, and I'll give the appellant a chance. Is there any of those points you want to come back on?
I think so. Just on two, sir. And no offence to the council, but most of the other ones I'm not commenting on because we've covered those all this morning. I think the two, sir. The one is the sort of implication that this is a wildlife site, you know, because the impact on the treed landscape within the site. I haven't gone through Google Earth just now, but I did when I first got involved. It was a wheat field until not that many years ago, so it was an arable field, and it's the appellant's relatives who've allowed the trees and planted the trees, allowed that to develop. And I know because I've been there in the recent years, since the appellant started managing it, they've removed a lot of the brambles and other invasive species that were going there. So it wasn't a wildlife area, and they are managing the trees, and there won't be an adverse impact on those trees. And obviously you've got the biodiversity enhancement plan, and there's a condition on that. The second one, sir, is just I think the councillor, in common with many of the others, raised concerns about noise and disturbance, etc. I'm pleased that you're going to the site, because obviously thus far I think the only ones who've really visited the site are myself, obviously the appellants, and the original planning officer. So perceptions about noise, etc., really need to be tempered by what you see on site. So I think I'll just put it at that. You will get to see it firsthand, sir, and then make your judgment.
Okay, thank you. I would just like to look at policy 10 now and of the Horsham District Planning Framework. And particularly what I'd like to ask the appellant is to set out the substantial environmental improvements that policy 10 looks to. I'm looking at this in isolation. I appreciate that I've heard cases about the other components of policy 10, and I have heard those points. But I would like just to understand what the appellant's view is on these substantial environmental improvements that are proposed, and whether they would meet the bar of substantial.
I believe they do, sir. I say in assessing what that bar is, it's not, you can't have any buildings, I don't think, otherwise it becomes an unworkable policy. But as I said just a moment ago, it was an arable field. What you'll see when you go on site is now clearly not an arable field. It's pasture with a considerable number of trees and shrubs. Those, to my mind, are environmental benefits. I'm a farmer. I also like wheat fields, but we know that shrubs, trees bring about far more environmental benefits than you would get from a field of cereals. Those benefits will be maintained because it's going to be managed for its landscape, and it will also be managed for its biodiversity. And those will be achieved under the landscaping plan and under the biodiversity enhancement plan, both of which are capable of, well, will be controlled by condition, and for which the local authority, because it's a condition to be approved, have their opportunity to influence that. I think so in terms of why those are also substantial is that they will happen and they will keep going because there'll be an economic use. So the rescue centre will give the economic funding for those to continue. the test of, sorry. The test of what is substantial doesn't, as far as I can see, get defined anywhere in the documentation. But compare it, say, to the alternative of going back to a wheat field, you can see there's that sort of environmental benefit. And I think it, my opinion is, you can say it's substantial because this gives it that economic impetus that it will be continued, rather than just being, as it was started, a relative who let some trees go.
So yes, do you want to respond on whether you feel those improvements, environmental improvements, reach the substantial bar, and well, firstly, and also whether you agree that it was historically a cereal field as well? Thank you.
I'll come back to the policy part in the first instance. So it specifically requires rural development to be appropriate to its countryside location, to maintain rural character, and where new buildings are proposed, deliver substantial environmental improvement and reduce countryside impact. Now, a substantial environmental improvement would not be just the planting of trees. It might involve restoration. It might mean the removal of harmful aspects, or bear with me, I'll pull up my notes. Or meaningful ecological or landscape enhancement, and it is quite a high bar, and the planting of 22 trees as mitigation is not what we would consider a substantial enhancement. Thank you, sir.
Yes, do you want to comment?
Hi, just to comment on that previous comment about the use of land to be used for farming. We've been there since 78, and certainly in the last 20 years there's been no farming on that piece of land. I'm sure when you see your site visit, you'll be able to see the trees that are there. The oak trees have grown wildly because there was lots and lots of scrub in that field, where there used to be a lot of wildlife in there, ground nesting birds, nightingales. We get a lot of migratory birds that come over here, especially this time of year with swifts, swallows, and house martins. A lot of this has been removed for this development with unwildlife friendly fencing put up around the site, which has caused a lot of the deer and the other animals to not have free roam. And they having now to go down the roads to be able to relocate. And most of them have relocated north to the site, to the woodland there, where they now breed and everything. So that field has not been used for farming in the time that I've been there.
Did the appellant want to comment on the history of the site and the impact of the fencing on deer?
Yeah, is that okay to speak? So my family bought it in 1995, and it was a field with no trees on, no shrubs on. They bought it off Keith Cavell, who used to live in Jackrell's Farm opposite. So the farmhouse is still there. He's dead now, but he farmed it. He was a farmer. He used to make hay and wheat and things like this. So we grazed horses on it for the first few years, and then unfortunately it sort of got a little bit overgrown, and the family couldn't afford to fence around the outside, and that's really why it got a little bit overgrown and out of control. As for the wildlife, we're hugely into wildlife. We don't deter anything. That's why we chose the fencing that we did, so that the rabbits and frogs and things could move from one side to the other. We could have chosen fence with a solid bottom to it, but we didn't. So our background is rescuing anything, animals, any wildlife. We don't differentiate between animals. We look after everything.
whilst on the question of improvements, it might be a good time now to ask the appellant just to set out wider benefits, which may be social, economic or other, just in terms of they will need to be all considered in the balance against any harm that may arise. Once I've heard those, I'll give everybody else in the room an opportunity to comment on those benefits and whether there's any other harms as well that perhaps haven't been mentioned to this point. So if I can ask the appellant to kick off with the overall package of benefits.
So in respect of economic benefits, if you like me to sort of do economic, social, environmental, should I use those headings? Yeah. So in terms of economic benefits, there's clearly an economic activity which will take place. There's the budgets and the accounts and things have all been considered by the local authority as part of the dwelling appraisal, so then they're fully aware of those figures. I suspect you haven't seen those either, so as they came in on a confidential basis, but that's all been assessed by the local authority. With it, there is an employment, a direct employment element for the appellants, and some staff are to receive employment. There is also an economic benefit in terms of the services, so vets, feed, bedding, all those who provide fencing. There's various other supply sectors who will also have economic benefits. In respect of social side, sir, there's quite a lot. Firstly, as you'll have heard from what people have said in the room, it's obviously an important service locally in respect of there being somewhere where people can take injured animals or distressed animals, or animals for whatever reason have lost whoever their keeper is, and there's obviously a social benefit from that. I think also, so others may want to add to this, there is a distinct benefit for many of the volunteers. For many it's therapeutic, it's not just that they enjoy dogs. For many, they're mixing with people in terms of the social benefits. They are, the appellants can explain it better, but there are people who've got different desires and needs and really significantly benefit from that. So that's that sort of mental health and social need, and just mixing and meeting people and getting out and about and mixing with other people. There are also, I think, on the social side, so it's a very small part of it, but there is the social benefits that from the educational element, because they are trying to get sort of once a month Cubs, Scouts, school groups to come out and learn about animal behaviour and interact, and those are fairly short visits, but they are still seen as important. And on the environmental side, so it's sort of what we've covered, there is the landscape and biodiversity are the two principal areas. I think the last part of the discussion was really, they've clearly achieved over time something that everybody values, and there's criticism seems to be, oh well, you're going to deplete what's there already. I mean, as the planning officer said, 22 trees is hardly mitigation, but you need to look at the whole site, because it's the management of the whole site and the continuation of that, and the fact that there is a use and funding that's the benefit, not just the small number of trees, because it wouldn't be managed like that unless there was some kind of desire or need. So those, I think, are the key benefits under those three headings. Do you want to hear more about the social side?
I mean, if either Mr. or Mrs. Santini Bradbury want to make a comment on that, I'm happy to hear it. Yes.
Yeah, I'd love to. So we tend the trees. There's something like 300, well, over 300 anyway, oak trees and similar trees. And the spindle, there's things that are a little bit rarer. And every week, that's why we spend some time there when the dogs are being seen, because we're pruning around the trees, we're keeping the ragweed under control, obviously. And we encourage wildlife, and we encourage everything to prosper and do well. It's if you well, hopefully when you see for yourself, you'll see it's a haven for wildlife. We've also left when we were weeding, doing brambles and scrubbing them out. We placed around the entire site quite a number of piles of brambles, and that's where a lot of the birds are nesting at the moment, and all sorts of different wildlife. And part of the pleasure of being there is seeing what's emerging and what's coming out. So, we're not anti-wildlife. We're 100% for wildlife. Hopefully, you'll see for yourself. Hopefully.
Having heard the benefits, does the council have any response in terms of how much weight? Well, we'll come to weight in a moment, but any comment in terms of harms or benefits? But we'll do the actual weighting and planning balance moment a bit short later.
Thank you, sir. We acknowledge the economic, social and environmental benefits that have been put forward. In terms of the economic benefits, we consider that they're relatively modest in scale and don't outweigh the identified countryside and landscape harm. In terms of the social benefits, we acknowledge the value of the rescue centre and the need to relocate. We have taken that into consideration, but the existence of the social benefits doesn't remove the requirement for development to comply with countryside and landscape policies, nor does it demonstrate that this particular site is appropriate. And in terms of the environmental benefits, we've already touched on how the works for mitigation itself rather than substantive environmental enhancement. We've said that some planting lies outside the application red line and is not secured, and that reduces the certainty and the weight that can be afforded in those measures. That's it, sir. Thank you.
Any interested parties want to comment on the package of benefits or harms that are before this appeal? Mr. Gumbrell, yes.
Sorry, yeah, just to go over that again with the scrub that has been taken from that piece of land, that was left overgrown for 20 plus years. We've just had our 34th barn owl fledged from the field opposite. It is part of our conservation plan, and kestrels, tawny owls, etc. We're also a release site for hedgehogs as well. Since when the scrub was removed, some by machinery, piled up, it was actually set light and burnt, to which we did complain about and put a stop to, because we felt that was very unwildlife friendly to do so. Also not very good for your neighbours as well. But also there was a lot more wildlife there, and there probably still is some there. I don't doubt that. But as soon as the dogs move in, as we all know, dogs and wildlife don't go together. Ground nesting birds will not nest around dogs and everything like that. So I think whatever is there now soon won't be there. And I think this decision upholds choosing domestic animals over wildlife animals. And I think that's the big impact here as well, is that they will have to go somewhere else or go, not have their habitat.
Thank you. Does the appellant want to come back particularly on the sort of the relationship between domestic animals and wildlife animals? And thank you.
So in terms of the, I've got 2 points. So firstly, in terms of the disturbance, I think it was being talked about there, that dogs and wildlife, there will be animals grazing, and you've seen from the evidence that when over the majority of the blue land, then that's just controlled periodic walking, just as you would if you were walking on the countryside, etc., on footpaths, etc. It's not dogs loose all the time, so it's not going to have that kind of impact, and wildlife moves around that. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any wildlife in the countryside wherever there are footpaths. You know, it's not that kind of assessment. And secondly, without getting into sort of tit for tat and things, I've just heard the gentleman talking about reduction in wildlife, Sarah, but he also was talking about having fledged various birds of prey, or how they've fledged. My understanding is some of those are on stands in the middle of their dog walking field. So, you know, it's a different type of wildlife in different areas, and that's the type that they're encouraging, and I completely applaud that. But it is the dog walking field.
Thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if this is the right time to say this. I need to go, and I'm not down to. But one of the great things about Holbrook for the volunteers is it's such a, I don't know how to describe it really, it's such a glorious place to go. And there are many of us who have mental health problems. And it's been really beneficial for me. I first went there 10 years ago when my dad died, and it helped me through that period of grief. And it's been helping me ever since. I go there and I have friends there, I'm distracted, there's all the beautiful animals, particularly the dogs, that just have such a positive effect on my mental health. And I know other people are going to comment on that as well. Just wanted to.
Thank you for bringing that up. Yes.
Yes, I agree. I've been a volunteer at Holbrook for about 4 years now, and I've had a lot of personal problems in the last couple of years. I've lost a lot of family members, and I can honestly say, hand on heart, if it wasn't for Holbrook, I probably would be heading towards a breakdown. And like Suzanne just said, a lot of volunteers have their own personal problems, and it's just such a glorious place to be. And especially and I know it's been mentioned so many times, especially as it is kennel free. You know, these dogs are happy, they're living their best life. And it's just heartbreaking to think what would happen to these beautiful animals if, yeah.
Thank you. That probably brings me to a question I want to ask then, and it's for the appellant firstly, but I will give everyone else an opportunity to respond as well. What would happen if the site closed? In reality, if there wasn't a site, what would happen in that scenario?
Yeah. Yes. We really don't know. I mean, we've got a lot of very old and sick animals there. No one, a lot of them, nobody would want. We've got some rehomable ones. We would rehome what we could. But certainly no one would take the horses because they're all very old or they've got health problems. The goats and sheep and all the farm animals are very old. We're always taking on old ones because no one else will. So the honest answer is we don't know. We would do everything we could not to put everything to sleep, but there's certain things I don't think we would we couldn't avoid it in certain cases. I suppose it would totally depend where Cliff and I end up to how many things we could squeeze in with us, but it's a bit bleak, to be honest. So that's the answer.
Can I just add, there's been lots of talk about amenities being destroyed and people's lives being affected by us. I've got a question for the council, which they don't seem to have answered in the past. Do they not see us as an amenity? And if so, what help have they given through this planning application? Thank you.
I'll come back to that in a moment. I was just, with my question about what would happen in the case of the site closing, do other service providers have capacity is the first question. You may not know this answer exactly, but it's just a question I want to put out there. And if anyone else in the room has a view on that, I'll be welcome to hear it after the appellant. And that's capacity for what you have at the moment, but then also what's coming to you down the track in the pipeline, if you will. And if you're not operating, where would they go? And is there a capacity? I'm just trying to get an understanding of that as well. Thank you.
No, I understand. Animal sanctuaries are shutting everywhere. There's not very many opening. I believe it's because it's so hard to start an animal sanctuary. Once you're a sanctuary that's running, it might be a little bit easier, but because it's so hard to start one, people aren't starting it off. There aren't many of us really left. So the ones that there are, because of COVID and other situations along the way, everywhere is full to capacity. I mean, everywhere I speak to, because we speak to animal sanctuaries all the time, trying to find placements for dogs, and it's always sometimes it'll be one's going next week, so we can take one in, and that's what you get everywhere. It's one in, one out. I think even places like the Dogs Trust work on a basis like that, one in, one out, because we're all working to capacity because there aren't really enough of us. So going down the line, I'm not sure it would be very easy to get other centres to help to relocate the animals. A lot of our animals, like I said, have health conditions, so they're expensive to look after as well. So it isn't a great scenario for us for the future if we don't get planning. And we've got nothing else. We've got nowhere else at the moment that we could start, where we could start looking, or there's nothing else. Do you know what I mean? This is it.
Can I just add as well that we'd have to go through all this again to find somewhere else before we go somewhere else. We can't go and buy a field and hope for the best. It doesn't work that way. We find a field and don't buy it, but get planning on the field. It's gone before we get a chance to get into it. It's almost impossible to just up and go and find somewhere. Okay.
Thank you. Would anyone? I'll ask the council first, but does anyone else? Then I'll ask everyone else if there's any response on that. I'm not inviting a response, but if you want to make a comment, please do.
Sorry, can I just, I don't know if this is the right place to talk about it, but I do feel like we've skipped through it a little bit in terms of site selection, because for me, this does come down to the fact that this site is the one that's been selected. And I'm just confused as to why we're sitting here in 2026 and this is the only site that's really seems to be seriously considered. Obviously, the current site was agreed to be sold to developers in as far back as 2011. I'm aware through Freedom of Information emails that the council were in discussions with Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre about alternative sites as far back as 2018, when the Mowbray development was being built. So from everything that I've seen as far back as 2018, the council was suggesting that this was a site, that this particular Jackwells Lane site was in, and I understand why it's been selected, because obviously it's available, it's in your family, but they were basically saying it's in a countryside location and planning would be extremely difficult. It's you know, and there's backwards and forwards emails between the applicant saying, well, that's a really disappointing response, and the council saying, look, well, we're trying to help you, but we're telling you that in this countryside location, planning policies are there to protect these locations, and you're very unlikely to get planning permission. So that's kind of where I kind of feel like it's a difficult one to understand. We haven't seen an alternative site selection process. We're aware that the council, individual planning officers, that a local county councillor said, let me help, you know, come to me, I'll try and help you. But and that offer wasn't accepted and taken up. But this isn't a sudden and totally involuntary kind of loss of a site. This is something that's been going on for a long time. I just think it's important that, you know, that's noted. I think also, you know, we talk about economic benefits, but I do want to say, from my point of view, you know, Raylands Park has been there for 100 years. It's been in my family since the 1970s. We already experience significant economic harm as a result of this whole process over the last 2 years. We've seen a massive decline in sales over the last 2 years. And, you know, it's just, I can't overstate the fact that when you're weighing up economic benefits of this site, you have to consider the potential economic harm to a very sensitive tourism business. We're only here because people want to escape to the countryside and be in the tranquil countryside location. Can't overstate the impact that this could have and the potential economic harms.
Thank you. Were there any of those points that the appellant wished to come back on, in particular the site selection, but also any economic impacts on neighbouring sites? Thank you.
So, yes, we have known we're moving for a very long time. But when you know you're moving doesn't mean to say you have any money to move with. We were aware that we were moving and we could look at places and try to find somewhere, but of course you wouldn't have any money to move with anyway. So although we looked around and we found places that are perhaps a little bit blighted that we could afford, they obviously got sold and this sort of thing. When we decided on this one, it was totally overgrown. It's got telegraph poles, electricity cables going all the way over the top, and it's got a gas pipeline running underneath. So it wasn't worth as much as a normal 11-acre field. When we got it valued, we took the mean, so we had 3 valuations done, and so we ended up paying a good price, but a sensible price for it because it was blighted. But then, of course, we had to work really, really hard to clear some of the brambles and things away. So we put a lot of effort and a lot of money into clearing it. But that's why we wouldn't have been able to look anywhere and buy anything and be able to put in for planning. We wouldn't have been able to do all that with our limited budget. And the time involved, of course. But we it's only just very recently, because the building is going on all around us, that we know it's becoming inevitable that we'll move soon. It's almost upon us. Whereas for the last, I can understand where she's coming from, but over the last 12 or 15 years, we've never had an end date. We've never known. You can't go and choose somewhere if you haven't got an end date. So that's basically why we ended up where we are.
If I might just briefly add to that, and with a reference that paragraph 1.7 of our original planning statement, you don't need to turn it up necessarily, but I visited the existing facilities and the proposed site in 2021 and interviewed the applicants, and that was when they were in the middle of discussions or having lots of discussions with the local authority. Local authority said that they'd need somebody to deal with the essential functional need element, etc., for a dwelling, which is principally my expertise, and I revisited then in November 2023. So there was quite a period in that period when I was involved as well, that they were looking at other sites and discussing matters of principle, etc., with the local authority. And it's only really from November 2023 that we started moving towards thinking about designs and getting ecology surveys lined up, that sort of thing. It's taken a long time.
Yeah, thank you. I was going to answer your original point on the site. As a resident, grave concerns with me. As I mentioned earlier, we've heard from the councillor and all this planning. I'm not a planning expert by any means, and I'm still at a loss to understand why the same planning processes, etc., afford another site in the area, the facilities that Holbrook basically want, where Holbrook have been refused. And again, I've taken the comment from earlier that they said planning will never be given on that site. I have to strongly disagree with that. We don't know what the future holds. But as a resident, my major concern, especially with Holbrook, and I have spoken to them, I donate to them, what's going to happen if this is refused? What's going to happen to that site? As a local resident, I can only see one thing, and I'm sure everybody in here will not disagree with me. If the land is sold, we know who will buy it. The highest bidder. That is common sense. If I was to put my house on the market, I would sell it to the highest bidder. Then what? I don't, due to health concerns, I don't have any fight left in me. I have a health issue to fight, and I can't do it. I can't go through this again. But heaven forbid we get another owner on that site, similar to the one in Reeds Lane, who thinks he can do anything he likes. Hence, 18 odd enforcement notices on that site, and he's still developing. So that's my concern, and I just hope, again, a fair decision, a fair and firm decision is made on this. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, go ahead.
Slightly different note. Public comments made on social media by one of your councillors are entirely untrue and defamatory. Laura and Cliff do not stand to make substantial profit from the sale of the land. The comments show significant bias, and I fear they may have swayed the council's original decision against Holbrook.
Is there any other comments on the benefits and harms before we move into closing statements and the balance? Okay.
One of the things you asked that in the statement of common ground, we come up with a list of agreed planning balance, etc. And then I went on holiday and then I forgot about it, and then it didn't happen, and we haven't agreed one. But are you happy you've got enough, or do you want us to?
No, I mean, we can do it.
I tend to get into.
Yes, I mean,
doing it.
I think I've heard quite a lot in terms of what the benefits are, what the harms are, and the different weight that everybody wants to attach to it. I think we can pick it up in some brief closing comments from each party, just in terms of we'll touch on. We've touched mainly on the two main issues of noise and character, and I don't think we need to revisit that. But just in terms of just some closing comments from everybody, and then I think I've got enough to go away and consider each of those main issues firstly, and then if I do find harm, whether any benefits and other harms would tip the balance for or against the appeal proposal.
That's fine. I'm just
yeah
apologising.
No, that's fine. That's fine. It happens.
We didn't,
and it happens. Yeah. It's helpful if it comes to me, but it's not fatal if it doesn't. Hence why you probably didn't hear from us badgering you for it. So I think we'll probably just move to closing comments. Yes, we'll probably do that now because we've only been back an hour from lunch. I don't necessarily want to take a break now unless someone does need to take a break. No? Okay. So if we have closing comments from the main parties first, I'll invite the appellant to go first, then I'll invite the council to respond with closing comments. They can be brief. We've covered quite a lot of material today. I'm not inviting cases to be examined in depth now. It's just some closing statements before we close the hearing. Once we've thought through those closing statements, we'll move on to the planning conditions, as I mentioned, without prejudice to the outcome of the appeal. And then we'll go for the arrangements for the site visit, and hopefully I can be on site before it gets dark. It's looking promising. So, okay, if I can ask the appellant just to give us your closing comments, please.
I'll be fairly brief. I think the last hearing I had a fortnight ago, the inspector said there will be no closing comment. So I didn't prepare any. So it's an important local facility, and you've heard that. And it needs to relocate. So it's not of their own choice. And this is a good site. And for that, sir, you can list all the things that aren't at issue, really as set out in my section 5, highways, ecology, flood, drainage. Most of the normal planning considerations are not in discussion. The two grounds, obviously, sir, first one, landscape, and the effect on character under policy 10. and the planning balance of the environmental enhancement. So policy 10 does have a bar. It has to result in environmental improvements, and it talks about reducing impact. The policy also talks about buildings, new buildings, being acceptable if it supports sustainable economic growth. So it is a balanced policy, and it's not a no building policy, otherwise it would be unworkable. And in that context, so I suggest that the bar that's been set by the local authority, which in sort of paraphrasing is it will be visible, and therefore any building will affect the character, is setting that balancing assessment too low. If we look at the evidence, and it's principally it's visible from Jackrell's Lane and a tiny bit, short section from the path opposite, where it passes the dog walking field associated with Raylands Park, and I think you'll see when you go a glimpse bit in the corner of the footpath on the other side. Principally looking at Jackrell's Lane, because I think all the other ones are seen as minor and negligible. The assessment from the local authority, and I'll ask to get chipped in if I get the assessment wrong, because I'm not in terms of landscape assessment, but basically it's major to moderate in year 1, dropping to moderate by year 15. The appellant's position is much less than that, as identified in the statement of common ground, which is that it is minor adverse at year 1, dropping to negligible at year 15. And that's that statement of common ground 5.7. So, and that is over that, I think it's about 150 metres, I can't remember the exact figure, but that walk from Jackrell's Lane from the footpath really to the top gate. And it is important to hear what was said by Mr. Haig, that is that right, the word, the significance of the user is reduced because sensitivity, that's the word, of the user, I can't read my own writing, sensitivity of the user receptor is lower because it is also a public road. So, as I saw it when I walked around, and then with professional evidence that thankfully said the same as me, that on the appeal it's basically limited and local impact on landscape character. And you'll take a walk through and take a view, but also we need to remember that the buildings are proposed low rural buildings. Typically you see sort of stables and things, so that also influences the character, and that hadn't been a concern prior. In respect of the noise, so the second reason, which was a decision made by councillors contrary to officer recommendation, the council hasn't, I restate it, really put in any evidence of any noise assessment. There's no technical report, there's no statement from the environmental health officer, etc. Reason probably because they were happy with the report, as was the case officer and the manager who changed the report. The evidence that has been put in, so I think sets the bar too low, because it's talking about general movement, etc., being unacceptable. It's not just focusing on dog, in fact, it doesn't even mention dog barking, it's talking about the general activity and whether or not that's perceptible. Well, the policy 33 tester is about whether it's unacceptable. So I would say that there is no reason whatsoever to refuse this in terms of the noise impact. In respect to the balancer, you've heard about the considerable benefits, the social, economic, the environmental ones we've just talked about. I did, anticipating that we would, don't say I've lost it, that you would ask I always get nervous about talking about the different planning levels, particularly as principals who contributed to environmental assessments. We tend to think of them as environmentalists rather than planners, but we think that the economic benefits are definitely significant. I'm assuming substantial or very substantial is the highest level, isn't it? It drops down to significant. The social elements, I would say, sir, are very significant, particularly when you have heard how many people are involved and the benefits that they receive from it. The environmental benefits, sir, I would say were significant. I understand the comments about it managing, but it's the continuation, it's the ensuring through the various conditions that the landscaping will be managed and maintained and enhanced. That's the benefit. The provision of one housing unit, the essential works dwelling, I think is probably just moderate as it is just a single unit. And in respect of the, if you like, the disbenefits or the harms, in respect of landscape, we think that that's limited, perhaps slightly higher on year one, but certainly dropping to limited early on, and even on the slightly different terminology assessment, but even on the local authorities assessment, it's major moderate, not major, it's major moderate dropping to moderate. So I would say that that is definitely dropping to a moderate adverse harm on that planning balance. And I would say limited is the right word, but limited is certainly the word that needs to be given to the harms relating to the noise. Final comment, sir, just in terms of bringing up the planning balance, is just to then look at those back against the words of the policy tests and to see whether the thresholds that we've been talking about are actually what policy requires. My reading of it is that there are significant benefits, limited harms, and it does comply with the policies.
So just so I'm certain, you say you feel it complies with the policies, so it's in compliance with the development plan. Is that your conclusion?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes, yes.
Okay, I'll just ask the council to make some closing comments. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Just first of all, a point of clarification following Mr. Kernan's comments. It wasn't the manager that changed the original officer's report. The officer's report was written, the decision was made at committee to add the noise refusal. The committee supported the original officer's decision. The council is here to defend that decision. And then going back to my closing comments, in terms of policy 10, we've said that it seeks to support appropriate rural economic development whilst protecting the countryside from harmful development. New buildings in the countryside are expected to be appropriate in the rural location to support the rural economy and result in substantial environmental improvement, particularly where new buildings are proposed. Our position is that whilst the proposal may provide some economic and social benefits, it would introduce built development, activity and domestication into an open rural site and does not deliver the substantial environmental improvement required by the policy. Proposed planting is considered primarily mitigation rather than enhancement, and some planting lies outside the application red line and is not secured. In terms of policy 25, the council considers the proposal would adversely affect the rural character of the site and surrounding area through the introduction of buildings, activity, noise and associated domestication into an open countryside location. In terms of policy 26, which seeks to protect the intrinsic character and beauty of the countryside, the council's position is that the proposal would urbanise and domesticate the site and would not conserve the open rural character of the countryside location. In terms of policy 32, the scale, form and operational nature of the development would not integrate successfully into this rural landscape setting and would result in harmful visual and character impacts in direct conflict with criteria 2 and 3. And in terms of policy 33, which seeks high quality development that functions well with its setting and protects amenity and environmental quality, the council considers the proposal would result in harmful impacts on the character and tranquility of the area, including effects experienced by users of Jackrell's Lane and the nearby public rights of way, in direct conflict with criterion 3, 4, 5 and 6. The proposal would still result in harmful and insufficiently mitigated impacts upon the rural character, tranquility and countryside landscape qualities, contrary to policies 10, 25, 26, 32 and 33 of the HDPF. Furthermore, the environmental enhancements relied upon are considered primarily mitigation rather than substantial environmental improvement. The Council therefore considers that the benefits do not outweigh the identified policy conflict and harm, and the appeal should be dismissed.
Thank you. Before we move on to planning conditions, is there any other comments anyone in the room wishes to make before? Yes, lady there. Have I got your name? Yeah, okay, thank you.
I just want to say I've known Laura and Cliff for over 20 years. I was lucky to volunteer back then in the early days before they got the charity status. And being a small establishment, they self-funded for many years. And what stood out to me was because it was a kennel-free environment, I've helped out other ones. The kennel environment encourages animals that are fearful, they will react against each other, that will create a bigger noise. Whereas when I helped at Holbrook, I actually house sat a few times to experience this routine. And the easiest ones were the dogs. They fell into a routine, morning, lunchtime, evening. And by the time they were let out last thing, that was it. The access was to sleep near them if there were any difficult ones waking in the night. And that's how I carried on to how Laura told me to do it. And it worked. If there were any difficult, anxious ones, they were the ones that were nearby. But yes, with the community, with them being rescue, it was noted there's another rescue near Lemsley. It's actually a kennels. It's not a rescue. And Laura does cover a wide area. She's a go-to 24/7 if anyone needs any advice, even with wildlife. They've always been the knowledge. You can't get someone who's got that much knowledge in all areas. I feel that, you know, she is a detriment to the community because even when they had the community awards, they got voted as a rescue for having an impact in the environment. And we were there when they had the awards evening. So to see this happening now, I mean, I was there when they were approached for the land and obviously being told they were going to get the support and help to find somewhere else. But, you know, through the battles, they've still not been able to have that support to find somewhere. Obviously, where all the buildings are being built around them, people actually reported deer being trapped, any wildlife, and Laura's one to help rescue the ones that were, including deer. So they are very mindful of the countryside. I just feel without them in the community, it would be a real huge loss.
Thank you. Any other final points before we move on to conditions? Mr. Gumbrell, yes.
From an ecological point of view, in terms of building on the countryside location and what benefit it will bring to the local area in which it's going to be opposed on, I can't see any positive that outweighs all the negatives in terms of, you know, building on countryside location There's areas of ancient woodland around that area as well. What it will do for the local wildlife and their habitats. Even if planting is mitigated and stuff, I think you can plant as much as you like, but animals aren't going to, wildlife isn't going to live around dogs and noise and disturbances, traffic, deliveries, light pollutions. And I think that alone will outweigh any positives to this local area. We as a park have been awarded many David Bellamy Awards for the sort of wildlife and rewilding we've done on the park over the last decade or two. And we just feel that the hard work and efforts we put in to rewild this local area is going to be destroyed by this potential development. So that's why I strongly object, and I think maybe the charity should find some land that have buildings already opposed that they can reconvert to their needs in an area more suited and maybe not such a countryside location.
Okay, thank you. Yep.
I just feel like I kind of want to summarise my situation, and I do completely admire the work that the charity do and understand its need to relocate. The honest, view that I've got is by the time that the harms become apparent, it's just going to be too late for us. The fact that we've had so much discussion today about all the noise and the noise experienced actually in the real world, I feel like the acoustic study was flawed, really. Like I said before, it didn't consider the sensitivity of a tourism business next door, holiday caravans, people using balconies, being outside, and a lot of and the dogs obviously being outside a lot of the time. So the noise issue, I think we've talked enough about, and we've all pretty much come to the conclusion that there is going to be noise here. And by the time that happens, it's almost too late for us, and we can't compare ourselves to residential houses, okay? The people that come to Raylands Park, they can go anywhere. So if they're experiencing noise when they come to escape and be on holiday, they can choose a different park. Likewise, I'm concerned, we've got potential customers will look on a Google Maps and see that we've got an animal rescue centre next door. That's people who aren't potentially going to even come and look in the first place because they're going to be really wary. They may have had conceptions about how noisy that could be. That might be right, it might be wrong, but it's going to be too late for us by the time that happens. And, the real world, implication for us is we've been here for a long time, and these things are just, we're talking about mitigations that are going to be just so difficult to rely on, and we're going to be completely at the, hoping that mitigations or a noise management plan is, the noise is going to be next to us and it's just going to be too late. And I think that's kind of what I want to convey, this is a very sensitive tourist location. At the heart of this issue, I do understand why this site was selected, because the family already owned it, and obviously I understand how that's, it's an attractive thing to build on your own land, but it hasn't been chosen because Holbrook Animal Rescue Centre has to be in this location, like my business where I might have to apply for planning permission because I need a facility that I haven't got, and if I don't get it, the business isn't going to carry on. I understand those situations, but this is a situation that this land is just being chosen for a reason that it's in family ownership. I understand that, but it's not essential to this countryside location to develop on this piece of land. And as I've said before, the potential harms are massive for us. Like I say, our holiday homeowners, they don't have to come to Raylands. They come here for peace and quiet, but they can leave at any time. There's plenty of other holiday parks they can go to all around the country. So that's my concern. I just wanted to make sure that I made that point.
Thank you. Yes.
If there's such massive concern about the wildlife on this 11-acre site, why is there no concern about all the hundreds of homes that are being developed right next to where Laura and Cliff are, where all the fields are being destroyed? Has the council considered any of that?
Okay, thank you. Well, those cases aren't before me today, but thank you for that point. Yes.
I'll just say also in Southwater, the amount of houses that have been built there over the years, that's surely had an impact in Southwater as well. You know, the numbers they're building in Horsham, since Southwater, I've been going there for a long time myself, and the development there, surely that's had a huge impact as well.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
So I was given permission to read a statement by somebody called Jessica Duke, who doesn't work for Holbrook, but she is a supporter of Holbrook. And I think there's some technical parts of this statement I don't think we've covered already today. So I'd like an opportunity to read that, if that's okay.
Yes, that's fine.
I'll read it in the first person because that's how she's written it, but this is not my words. By way of background, I've previously worked as an environmental advisor with my specialties including ecology, biodiversity net gain, LVIA review, and countrywide environmental design assessments and strategic environmental assessments. I am now a postgraduate researcher examining planning policy, sustainability, and animal welfare infrastructures. My comments, therefore, draw on both professional experience and academic research. Having reviewed the application documents, consultee responses and appeal evidence, I believe the Council's refusal does not reflect the full planning balance and places disproportionate weight on the landscape concerns that are not supported by technical evidence. The updated LVIA prepared for the appeal is a robust assessment undertaken in accordance with GLVIA 3 and relevant Landscape Institute guidance. It demonstrates that the scheme would not erode local landscape character and that any visual effects would be limited, localised and capable of mitigation through proposed planning strategies. This contrasts the Council's reliance on the high-level early-stage LVIA that has since been superseded. The appeal LVIA also highlights the presence of existing detractors in the immediate vicinity, including the Caravan Park, Crane Yard, Airfield, which materially weaken the claim that the site forms part of a tranquil, underdeveloped rural landscape. It's also notable that no objections were raised by Environmental Health, Natural England, Nature Space regarding the GCN presence or the ecology advisors. The absence of strategy concerns regarding noise, ecology or amenity suggests the proposal does not give rise to unacceptable environmental effects, which is reinforced by Holbrook's currently neighbouring properties, whose occupants have confirmed they have not experienced noise issues from the existing location. I would respectfully note that the currently adopted planning framework, Horsham District Planning Framework 2015, was 10 years old at the time of making the decision, making it out of date. All local planning authorities are required to produce a local plan to ensure that economic, housing, social and environmental needs for the district are met. Local plans must be reviewed at least once every 5 years to ensure that they are kept up to date in accordance with the National Planning Framework and supporting guidance. Policies relating to rural character and environmental improvement must therefore be applied with care, particularly where the risk constraining essential welfare infrastructure. The planning system recognises wildlife through detailed policy mechanisms, yet domestic animal welfare, including the statutory duties placed on the rescue centre, remains largely invisible within the current framework. In this case, the consequences of refusal of the animal, staff and the community have not therefore been meaningfully considered. In my professional and academic view, the appeal scheme represents a modest, sensitively designed development that would allow a long-established rescue centre to continue providing the vital public support, and the technical evidence does not support the conclusion that it would cause significant landscape harm, and the wider planning balance weighs strongly in favour of the approval, and therefore I respectfully ask that the appeal be allowed.
Thank you. Yes. If you want to come in now, I've made a note so I can come back, yeah.
Hi, I am one of the wardens at Raylands Park. I live on the park. I have lived on the park for a few years now. I have a day-to-day interaction with all of our owners. And just to get it out there, we are a private owned holiday park. It's not Butlins. People don't come for the weekend. People have invested their inheritance from loved ones, their investments from ISAs, their pensions, to have their own private holiday home in a peaceful location, so that when they're recovering from cancer, when they're recovering from looking after demented parents, they have an escape and they have somewhere to go. We have allowed them to buy with the tranquil, peaceful location that we have had for many years. If this development, relocation, whatever, it is a development of countryside. If this development goes ahead, our owners have said to me, unfortunately, we will have to leave. We will have to go because we will not have what we have got here now. We've got their friends are waiting to buy on the outcome of this decision. If this decision goes through and is allowed, we really will, as a business, suffer dramatically. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't know if I caught your name earlier, Natalie. Yeah, okay. Oh yes, I have got you, Natalie Williams. Yeah, thank you. Are there any points that either the appellant or the council wish to respond on to? I did note in the read out statement a comment about the Horsham District planning framework being out of date. That I haven't seen that submitted in evidence before, and there's not been any statements to me that it's not in conformity with the MPPF. Does the council have any comment on the statement that it's that the framework is the Horsham District planning framework is out of date?
Thank you, sir. Whilst it was adopted in 2015, the relevant countryside and landscape policies remain part of the adopted development plan and continue to attract significant weight insofar as they are consistent with the framework. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Is there any other comment from anyone else in the room before I move on to conditions, or did the appellant want to come back on anything that's been said before I do move on to conditions?
I don't think so, sir, other than in terms of some of those comments that were there about occupiers of caravans, etc. I mean, you've obviously got what evidence you've got. We'll have to give it a weight according to the evidence that you've got on that.
Thank you. I agree. Yes, it will be a case of balancing a number of conflicting issues, but looking at the evidence and coming to a decision which will be set out in my final decision. But yes, there is a lot to consider. Thank you. Okay, on that note, I'll come through to conditions now. I've seen the conditions in the statement of common ground, and there's broadly agreement between them. There was a bit of to-ing and froing with the water condition, water limiting measures, but I think that's broadly agreed now in terms of condition 9. Yesterday, was there agreement made yesterday on condition 9? Is that right?
Water conditions have been, this local authority have been very difficult for everybody for about the last 4 years. And I'm happy that they're asking for the enhanced building regs. As long as, and that was my reading of it, but we double checked, as long as that is relating to the dwelling, because obviously livestock, etc., water won't be restricted, or that would be too much, but it did say the dwelling, so as long as you're happy.
It does say the dwelling on the condition. Was that the council's opinion as well, or intention, should I say?
Yes, sir. Yeah.
Then that's the case. Just for the benefit of some of the members in the public who may not be familiar with conditions, it's not prejudicial to my final decision. It's standard procedure in case I come to a decision to allow the appeal, but I haven't made my mind up yet. Even if both parties agree on a specific condition, this does not automatically mean that I will impose it if I allow the appeal. In the event I allow the appeal, I will include a section in my decision setting out why I've imposed what I have on the decision and the reasons behind it, why it would be reasonable and necessary to impose such a condition. I may make some minor changes to to some of the conditions in the interest of clarity and enforceability, but not change the general thrust of them. We have 20 conditions. I don't propose to go through each one ad verbatim, but I will just skim over them. The first condition is a time condition, which sets out that the development should be started in 3 years. The list of the plans, that they should be built in accordance with. The second one is a time condition. The third condition is to do with agreement of the drainage strategy on site. The fourth condition is to do with a construction environmental management plan for biodiversity to be agreed with the council. The fifth condition is one I do want to very briefly talk about, as this is the landscaping scheme for soft landscaping, the retention of existing landscaping and any hard standing and site boundaries. We talked earlier on this morning about the time limit for the management and maintenance plan of landscaping. Currently, the condition seeks for a 5-year landscaping management plan. However, we did touch on whether 15 years would be more appropriate, given the comments about the effective landscaping from year 1 to year 15, and which would make it perhaps relevant and necessary to have a higher year on that condition. Would the appellant have an objection if I were to change that to a 15-year landscape management plan?
No, sir, we wouldn't.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to ask you what you thought, yes.
No, obviously I'm happy with the 15-year landscape management plan. I think my question was more around, and perhaps you'll go into that a bit later on, but it was more to do with, so when we're looking at the management plan, are we just talking about within the red line, or would that be with the outer, the blue line? And perhaps does the condition need to clarify that and make that clear?
I mean, would the appellant have an objection if it was to include the blue line site, given that that land is within the control of the appellant?
Not a bit, sir. I noted 2 comments to discuss. One was the one we've just done about 15 years, and the other is to make clear, I assumed it covered the whole of the blue line as well. So whether you need to specify the red line and the blue line, very happy with that, sir, because I just assumed it did.
Okay, thank you. I will take that into account. Condition 6 is to do with the slab level, so levels on site, particularly the slab level. Condition 7 is to do with the fire hydrant and fire safety. Condition 8 is the biodiversity enhancement layout. So finalised details and location of the enhancements submitted and approved by the local planning authority, then retained.
Sir, I assume that also would cover the blue line.
Yes, yeah.
Out there. So
I will.
That needs to be made specific as well. Yeah.
I'll probably make a point just to review all the conditions if they need to be clear on the red and the blue line. That's fine. Yeah. Condition 9, we've just talked about the water management. Condition 10 is another fire hydrant condition. Does that repeat condition 7, or are these 2 separate conditions that have been insisted on by the fire brigade?
I think they were insisted by the fire brigade, so I think there's one related to the dwelling, but they were recommended by the West Sussex County Council.
That's fine, and there's agreement between the main parties on them, so understood. Condition 11 is to do with refuse and recycling. I would just comment that it may be appropriate to put in accordance with the approved details on at the end of that condition. It's just for clarity. I don't think that the appellant, would you have any objection to that if I was to add that?
No, sir.
Thank you. Condition 12 is to do with broadband being delivered on site. Condition 13 is to do with the mitigation measures for the great crested newts. The question I had on that is just on the second paragraph. It's split into 3 paragraphs, that particular condition. And the second condition talks about a report that has to be sent to the council to ensure that the methods have been fully complied with for the great crested newts. What I just spotted in that condition was there wasn't a trigger for when that report had to be sent to the council, and I was just probably suggesting putting in preoccupation that the report would go to the council for agreement before the site was occupied. Is the appellant happy with that?
Yes, I think so, because it obviously needs a trigger.
Yeah, thank you. Okay, is the council happy with that as well? Yeah, thank you.
But can I just, before we go to the next one, can I just go back to the previous one as well?
Condition 12?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. That was just the one about providing broadband speeds of 30 megabytes. They haven't investigated what the availability or cost of that was. So I just wondered whether there was anything to add on there unless otherwise agreed in writing with the local authority. Because if, for example, broadband speeds are prohibitively expensive.
Okay.
I don't know whether they would be, because I haven't had to connect recently, but I know the electricity and things can be very, very expensive.
I think there's two ways that this can be dealt with. It's either we leave it as it is, and if there's an issue, there's an application to vary the condition, or the details are agreed with the local authority in the event that 30 megabytes can't be met. We could put like a clause in if 30 megabytes isn't available. Yes,
it's a condition.
A maximum speed to be agreed with the council. Okay. Because at the moment the conditions worded it's 30 or more, isn't it? Basically.
Yes.
But that may not be possible. And in the event it's not possible, then we're in breach of the condition with nowhere to go unless we vary the condition, which is a separate application process, or we put in a clause that says, as you've just alluded to be submitted to and approved by the local authority. I'm happy to do either. It's just what works best.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, we just didn't want to get hung up on something that's, I mean, they want it, because obviously that's
of course.
part of it,
Yeah.
but it doesn't actually relate to the animal rescue, really, other than
No,
management. It's more as a, anyway.
It's to do, I guess it's to do with sustainable development, and the council's given us policies 10 and 37 as a justification. So I can have a closer look at that, but
don't spend a lot of time on it.
Okay. I suspect, yeah. That's fine. It's going to be one of those, like I said, potentially a variation of condition, maybe in the worst case scenario. But fingers crossed that sort of speed can be delivered. Yeah, thank you. Condition 14 is an ecology condition. It's a regulatory condition, which is mitigation and enhancement measures to be carried out in accordance with the details of the ecology appraisal report. Condition 15 is a pre-commencement condition for car parking spaces. Again, I just popped on the end in accordance with the approved plans, just for certainty. Condition 16 is for visibility displays. I'm just mindful of the as or otherwise agreed at the end is a tail piece. I think with this particular condition, it's probably just like we were discussing about broadband. It's either got to be what's been suggested by the Highways Authority, or a variation to condition if that can't be met. I think an otherwise agreed sort of then implies that the public wouldn't know if this was changed, and it's about openness and natural justice. And my concern is if we have that, then if a different visibility display was imposed and agreed, then not all interested parties would know of that change. So again, if we take that tail piece out, and it would be a variation to condition which would go through the usual consultation process, and interested parties would be aware of it. So I'm minded to take out the tail piece unless you want to give me a reason otherwise.
The suggestions or the conditions came from the planning officer, so I have no particular problem in taking those out. No.
Did the council have a particular view, or do you want to leave it to me to make a final decision on that?
We're happy for you to make that decision.
Thank you. Condition 17 is a regulatory condition to do with no external lighting and flood lighting, which we talked about earlier. 18 is a regulatory condition on music and live recording. This is blue line, red line again. Are you happy to leave that to me, to make sure that covers both the blue and red line? Or is it only for the red line? Was that the council's intention on writing condition 18?
We would prefer it to stick within the red line.
So just a question about that one, really, because Mr. Santini said to me last night, why can't he listen to Radio 2 in his house? And I had in my mind that this was about sort of playing music outside and calming dogs or something, but this just says, if you live in that house or anywhere around there, you can have no music, live or recorded. You can't listen to the radio, you can't strum a guitar, you can't, unless otherwise, I'd just say, agreed in writing, whether the local authority prefer Planet Rock to Radio 2 or something, I don't know. I just wonder whether it's a little
Yes, I mean,
draconian.
would it be
given the
more
way-
helpful to have
what's
something
it
like,
trying to achieve?
would it be more helpful, and I'll ask the council this as well, to perhaps something like amplified music, just to clarify the type of music and sound and live or recorded music, amplified music, and or music from a PA system, perhaps, just so we can be clear on the condition. But I'll turn to the council. Maybe you can help me with that.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. Yeah, I think if it could be clarified that it was amplified or on the speaker, then that would be helpful. Yeah.
Is that satisfactory to the appellant if we had a word like amplified in there, or public?
Specify Planet Rock, sir, because that's a good radio channel. Yeah, it just needs, it seems a little bit draconian to stop you being able to listen to music. I don't see inside your house, which effectively is what that does, which probably goes further than it needs to, I would suggest.
And then condition 19 is another regulatory condition to do with accordance with the noise management plan. And condition 20, from what I can see, is just tying all the buildings to the use, which was one of the requirements for the dwelling.
Just on condition 19, which is going back to that particular noise management plan, there's been a lot of discussion today, and I think the large focus of concern is really about any exercising of dogs, particularly in that lower part where it gets closer to Raylands Park. And I'm sorry, I haven't got copies of this, but I just, for example, if we had a different plan for the local authority to approve where the dogs went, for example, that hatched area at the bottom, for example, could be agreed that they wouldn't take dogs on an exercise down there. Just given how much focus has been on that today, I wonder whether it's just a condition that might need the local authority's input and a slightly amended noise management plan beyond the one that's there, given comments have been made.
Would the council be agreeable to some wording where perhaps an area of the site would be out of bounds for dog walking, and that would be agreed between the council and the appellant? So the condition would leave that to be agreed between these two main parties. And I think Mr. Kinnan there's got a sort of an idea of what would be put forward, but obviously that would be subject to agreement between yourselves. Is that something that you would like me to consider or not?
I wouldn't like to be difficult, sir, but I think I'm not sure we would agree to having a sectioned area outside of the red line. That's okay.
Just also on point 19, I see it ties the noise management plan reference J3878, which I have before me. I was minded to also tie the environment and noise policy to that condition, which is a separate document that sits with this. Does the appellant have any objection to that at all?
That's the one that we wrote, or you wrote really at the beginning, that went through exercising times, etc., with the dogs. So yes, it's the document that was put in. Yeah. So it's just suggesting tie that one in as well.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. So that's all I have on conditions. If no one else has any more further comments on conditions, we'll move on to point 7, which is any applications for costs. As I said, I'm not inviting any, and I've not received any either, but if anyone wishes to make an application, they must make that known now.
No, so we're not making any applications.
Thank you. Is the council making any applications for costs?
No, sir.
Okay, thank you. As there's no applications from costs from the main parties, we'll now move on to the arrangements for the site visits. From what I've heard, I think I can visit the various locations on my own, but with access given by the appellant. I don't necessarily need to have a party meet and greet me and walk me round. I think it's been quite clear where I need to go. I can walk the footpath myself. I can also walk up and down Jack Cross Lane myself. I do need to enter the site, so if a gate's left open and I can just walk onto the site and just have a stroll around the boundary, the edge of the blue line site, but also the centre where the red line is, and just get a feel and an understanding for the site. And that's for two reasons. Firstly, for the rural character, and I can understand the rural character within the site, but also the proximity of Raylands Country Park and those boundaries, as we've discussed earlier today. Those are the two. Then I will, when I'm walking down footpath 1683, I'll go on to Reeds Lane as well, and I'll take in the character of Reeds Lane and come back round to the north. So I'll see that how Reeds Lane links to the north back to the appeal site. So when I've done all that, then I propose to go to the existing site and have a look at the existing dog walking field and just get a feel for the existing site. I would like to come on the site, but just to see the layout. But I don't spend too long there. It's just to get a feel. So again, if access can be provided, but it's just for me to see it. It's not to have a discussion about the merits of the case. That's been done here today, and I can't hear any more arguments because once the hearing's closed. So that's what I'm proposing to do. Does anyone have anywhere else that'd like me to go beyond what I've just said?
I'd be happy for you to come and have a look at Raylands Park, and very welcome to walk around the park.
Yes, I'm happy to do that. I think what I can do is, with your permission, if I can enter the site and just have a walk around and just get a feel for it. So you'll see me wandering around I'll take a few photos, but they're for my use only. They get destroyed after the decision and they're not published. I hope that's okay with everyone. Please tell me if it's not. But I'll do that, and then you will just let staff and residents know that there may be a strange man wandering around, but I'll be grateful. So I will visit Raylands Park as well. After I've done the other bits. Is there anywhere else anyone would like me to go? Hi, yes.
Not that it's anywhere else to go, but on the existing Holbrook site, are you asking to go behind where the dogs are being kept at the moment, or just you're looking for the proximity of the neighbours?
The existing site, I just want to go where the dogs are walked at the moment, then come back to the actual site where the I don't want to use the word kennels because I know it's been said, but where the dogs live, and just see it really, just so I can understand how the existing site is managed, because it's reasonable to assume that the existing site and how it's managed is going to be transposed to the new site. So I just want to understand that for myself.
The only reason I ask is that we would need to do like a health and safety assessment and a briefing before you go in.
If it starts to get too difficult, I don't have to do it, is the answer.
Oh, no, I think it's fine, but
okay.
we would probably have to walk around with you. You wouldn't be able to.
No, that's fine. Okay, as long as you're aware and everyone else in the room is equally aware that we won't be discussing the case in private session, and I'll resist any attempts to as well, purely for my benefit, for when I come to write the decision based on what I've heard in this room only. Okay, but just wanted to make sure the council's happy with that arrangement, and then yes, thank you, and anyone else for that matter.
So I'm just wondering, sir, because to actually see where the dogs are on the existing site, you basically have to go into their house. You go through the office and it's all in the house. And I'm just wondering, it's very difficult to do that unaccompanied, especially as there's the dogs, whether you should do that first, whereby which you can be accompanied by both sides.
Okay.
And then you could make your own way up to the dog walking field, which is just up the road, or walk up there, and then go on to do the other. Just a thought into the practicalities.
I'm happy to take the lead from the council as well in terms of, are you happy to meet me at the Holbrook site first, where we will do an accompanied site visit based on what I've heard, or are you satisfied that the appellant can give me access, provided they just steer me to the right directions, then I leave again, but you can be there if you want to be. I'm opening it to you really in terms of how you would like to proceed.
That's fine, so we'd be happy to attend.
What we'll do then, we will go to Holbrook first. We'll need to decide a time and options for parking, etc. Roughly how long would it take to get there from here, traffic permitting, at what will probably be just gone 5 o'clock? 15 minutes, okay. We're probably going to be wrapped up here in the next 10 minutes, but I'll need to sort of have a drink and compose myself. So I think it'd be, if we could meet on site about 5:20, just to give us time to all get there and parked up and stuff. And parking wise, is it relatively space? Is there enough space? Yeah. Okay. Yep. Fine. And
there's a sign saying don't park there, but you'll be allowed to park there outside the office.
And break the rules. Okay. Right. Thank you. And is there any health and safety that we need to be aware of when we're coming on site?
Yes, obviously there are, you will meet the dogs, so, but they'll be there, so.
Yeah, just in terms of health and safety on site, if is there anything we need to be concerned about? And once we've finished on site, then I will then proceed to do the remainder of what we've discussed on my own. If no one has any objections to that. Yes, that's just something. If you could just open the gate, is it okay for me to drive in and park the car, or would you? Yeah. Yeah. Spend the night there. Okay. Yes. Okay, I'll do that. I mean, I shouldn't be on site more than 20 minutes max, and then I will leave, and then I'll park somewhere else and do my walk around. So I won't hold you longer than is necessary. So that's the plan. Okay.
So I think we might all get, if there's all of us there, we might get woofed out more than normal.
Well, yes,
So
yeah, I'll
just
take
make that point, so I'm not giving
take that
evidence
into
when you get
account
there.
in assessing the noise. Yeah. Okay. Okay, so on that basis, we're going to meet at 17:20 at Holbrook and take it from there. So before we finish, this is the final opportunity to make any comments before I formally close the hearing. I can assure you I have all the information I need to make a decision, but I want to make sure that everyone here has said what they want to today. So last chance saloon, is there anything else anyone wishes to raise before I close the hearing? Okay, thank you. All that remains is me to thank you all for your contributions and your time. The hearing is now closed. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.